Okay. Okay. All right. Hello everyone. Those of you who will be coming in getting notified. Welcome. Hello everyone. Um, we're gonna be starting off today with a quick sketch. Quick sketch. That's it for a warm up, and then most of the time till I think by 5, we will give all of our responses to doing responses. We're gonna be doing all of our focus on perspective. We're gonna be focusing on perspective, and I'm gonna use YouTube as a form of help because, like, just to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong. Hold on. Or whatever the case may be. So, hello, 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 hello. Those who are coming on TikTok, those who are on Twitch or any other platform. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. We're just gonna start up stuff. I'm just getting one in. We're just gonna do a quick sketch today, and then we're going to do some perspective, mainly focusing on buildings and objects for now, and then once we start getting better, we'll start focusing on putting people in perspectives and stuff like that, and making a story of, like, just placement and stuff like that. So yeah, like I said, I promised myself I'm going to improve, and we're going to do that. So that's what's the big focus here. Oh, thank you. Okay, let me turn this on. Thank you for a follow. I appreciate it very much so. Let me turn this off. Bam. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Alright. We'll put some focus on this a little bit later, but right now, I'm going to hide that for now. If you guys can't see what I'm doing, those of you who are now on TikTok over here, we will be doing a quick shortening practice, staying on topic with perspective and all that great stuff. So that's what we're doing. So I'm going to be doing a quick perspective of what's her name, Rebecca from Cyberpunk 2077 Edge Runner. So, like, we're just doing the pose and the foreshortening. We're not drawing the character because that'll take too much time, and I don't want to do that. I just want to focus on improving. So this is just a warm up, just to get ourselves ready, just to give everyone understanding what we're doing, and all that great stuff. So yeah. So I'm gonna just do this real quick, a quick sketch. And I always tell students who wants to be students of mine that if you want to improve, all you need to do is focus on things once, one at a time. Don't try to overdo it. Don't overthink it. Just take it for what it is, and don't over complicate it and try to jump on several things at once. That's where a lot of people fail, and I was one of them. I used to take on, like, several different things at once and not really understand them. And then if one of them just kind of worked out, I would say, oh, I did my artwork for today, or I understand it now, when I really don't. I just got lucky enough to understand one bit of that concept, on my own, without really putting the deep dive of asking and understanding about oneself and how to do said concept. So, okay, or so. So the point is to do better by understanding the concept and really internalizing it. And understanding a concept is not regurgitating. It's to know you understand something is it's based on if you can put it in any situation without hesitation. Okay? So if you can do that, then you understand it. But if you're just doing it for, like, one scenario, one instance, then you probably don't understand it as well as you think you do. You may understand it on that scenario, but what about other scenarios that may come in? So, like, yesterday I was struggling doing perspective. Can you turn us a bit? Can't see well. Okay, like that. Well, actually, I think what it is you guys see zoomed out. There we go. So, today we're going to be focusing on a little bit on sketching, and then we're going to be doing nothing but perspectives with buildings. So, and I'm going to be using YouTube to help me just in case I'm falling into something, because I yesterday was having such a hard time doing the perspective of a building and finding the horizon line. And that's the one thing you need to do if you want to draw backgrounds. You need to learn to know how to do, well, if you're doing backgrounds that has to do with buildings and stuff like objects, I don't think you really need background learn to know perspective too much to do like land like nature drawings or anything like that. Not that much. I think that type of drawing has to do with layering and placement. Why is there a fuzzy hair like on the computer? A fuzzy hair? Where? Oh, that's the latch. Oh. Okay, there we go. Oh, Yuki. So if you guys are here to learn, I'm here to teach today and learn with you because I know that drawing is hard and it's not easy. And I know most of you want to improve just like I do. So if you have a question or if you're confused somewhere, just ask and I'll try to answer as best as I can, or at least show an example of something. But try to stay on topic because we're going to be focusing on perspective. And those of you who are a lot more, I'll say like more experienced than me when it comes to drawing backgrounds, you may help me with some tips and give me some advice. Maybe I'm going somewhere wrong because I was having a hard time finding the horizon line. But I know the number one thing you must do when drawing backgrounds is, well, technically putting objects in placement is looking for the horizon line. Then you start doing the placements and stuff. Good morning. Oh, Julef. Okay. Hey, hi everyone. Oh, he's like, where? Okay, good. Yeah, let's see. Okay. So that's what we're doing. We're not doing any. We're not gonna be focusing on drawing girls all day because that's kind of gets boring after a while, and I want to improve. So, and I want to build a portfolio so I can give it to like game studios. I think it's time for me to start doing that now. I think I waited too long on that, and start really giving my services. Once I understand backgrounds. I thought if I understand drawing hands, it will be over by then, but that's actually a big fallacy. I learned that the hard way. Now I know how to draw hands, or at least construct hands in a very reasonable manner that I don't have to like worry about it too much anymore. And all that great stuff. So I'm trying. Good job. Proud of you, teach. You got this. Hopefully. You know. But so today we're gonna be learning today. We're not gonna be drawing just girls all day because that gets boring. And I'm getting tired of just drawing women all the time. Not saying I don't like drawing women. I love drawing women. It's one of my favorite things to do, but I don't want to make it all what I do. Because I think I have a lot more to offer than just drawing females all day. It gets boring after a while, even though I love drawing them. Because I love drawing women. Women are amazing to draw. They're like a lot more fun to draw than males, I believe, in my opinion. But and then I think it's time for me to start because I think you guys really enjoy the. What really enhances this is that most of you really like the Drawmations. So if I get good at making backgrounds and stuff, maybe I can start doing animations. Because I think that's really important because that really like brings the life into the drawings other than just the animations themselves. So that's pretty much what that is. So I want to improve. Now, as you can see, based on this perspective, I'm having a hard time finding this. So what we're going to do is if you're having a hard time drawing the overall idea, draw the negative space. Now, just to be clear, if you don't know what negative space is, for those of you who are here, if you don't know what negative space is, it's basically, we got it, brother. When I get back home, I'm gonna start on OC the characters and ideas for the story. Okay. Let me see. So like there's something called negative space. If you don't know what negative space is, for those of you who are not in like art school or never heard this term before, and no, I have not been to art school, but it's going to be used a lot in art school. The negative space is the space where you are not drawing the mass, as in the body part. So let me just highlight that for you so you know what I'm talking about. It's this space. It's the space that is being that's associated within the space of the object. Like that's the negative space. So if you're confused, it's the space that you are not technically drawing in, but drawing around. So if you're having a hard time drawing a body part, sometimes don't even draw the body part. Draw the negative space. It might actually help you more than you think. It is very good to have this in place. Guys, if you enjoy what I do in teaching, please support by going to Patreon and stuff. I'm going to be putting more emphasis on putting more content over to my Patreon and really moving away from the whole big tech thing. I want to be more independent and work for myself. So if you want to help me or you want to support or like to support an artist or potential animator, please go to my Patreon. Or if you want to support on TikTok, you can also be a TikTok subscriber. That'll be cool. I stream every Friday and Thursday. Sometimes over the weekend, sometimes depending on my mood or whatever the situation, whether it be a sponsorship or something. I stream on Saturdays and Sundays, sometimes once in a while. I don't do it frequently. And if I do stream on Saturdays and Sundays, it's not really art heavy too much, but it'll be probably gaming related. I wanted to play a little bit of game today, but I'm not sure if we're going to do that today. I just want to get this whole perspective thing out of the way, so I really want to focus on improving. So I don't think we're going to do any gaming today. Maybe on Saturday. Maybe I'm still debating on that. I'm trying to veer away from playing games on this channel. I'm trying to keep it only art based, but I know that some of you do enjoy when I play game, especially if I'm playing something that is fun and probably scary or competitive and drives me up the wall. So I might make a whole new channel for that, for like Artex plays or something, so you guys have so we can separate the art from the gaming stuff, because I know that can be kind of confusing for some. So try to keep it as separate as possible. If you still want me to promote for you, I will. No, it's okay, hon. You don't have to. Thank you. Oh, y'all. Yes, promote yourself. You don't have to. But yes. The thing is, we're trying to find the negative space here. So, and also I give lessons. So I'm trying to get a school of you so I can teach most of you on Discord if possible. I would like to have a school of you and teach you guys at once, so just like one at a time. I think that'd be better. So if you're looking for a cheap price of getting doing lessons, and you need art lessons and art questions to be responded to, and and all that great stuff, try out my Patreon. It's very cheap. You can check it out in my link in the description. If you like, go to my TikTok and click on the link tree, and it'll take you to my Patreon and my other social media. There you go. Okay, so let me stay on topic. I know you guys don't want to hear all the self-promoting too much. But anyway, so over here is called the negative space. This is the space that is not occupied by the mass of the body parts. So we need to focus. Fine. We need to focus. We need to focus on this space. If we can get the space, therefore it actually will work out for you in the long run. So see how my space looks really thick here? We need to thin that out because it's really thin here and then it thickens out. So we need to keep in mind that. So I'm going to erase this part, and we're going to stay in thing like that. You do enough for me as it is, so I don't want you promoting. You do enough. That's what I'm saying. No, you always help me all the time, so it's only right that I say no. Let me see, so you don't feel like you're intruding or anything. So I don't want you feeling like you always have to help. Okay. Like this, and then we're going to thicken outside like this. Okay. And if you guys are wondering, no, I have not been to art school. I have never been to art school, but I have learned a lot throughout my years of being on YouTube from others, from like Mark Crilly, Prokopенko, Ross Strauss a little bit. It's not like I don't like the way he teaches. I think it's just too fast paced for me. I like to watch videos that are a lot longer so I can really digest them. And what you draw. I mean, what you draw. I mean, what do I draw? What do I normally draw, you mean? If that's your question, I'm guessing. clipstudio Paint. Oh, the software. Yes, it's clipstudio Paint. But yeah, so I learn a lot from Ross Draws, Sam's Draws, Prokopenko, Martrabucci, Who else? A lot of you may know who these people are anyway, so it's not like it's anything out of the wazoo. I'm saying anything crazy. A few you may not know. Probably some of you may not know who he is, but he's been on YouTube for a while. I don't know if he's still making content. I haven't watched some of his stuff for a while now, but his name is what's his name? He used to work for Riot. Fuck. His name was oh Jesus, this is gonna be just bothering me. It's been a while now. Keithan Lafferty, that's his name. Keithan Lafferty, that's his name. Keithan Lafferty. He used to work for, I don't know if he still works for Riot. And yes, that Riot, the Riot from League of Legends Riot. Do you know a good intro song? Right now, a good intro song, if you're saying anime-wise right now, is one of my favorites right now, is the song from Hell's Paradise. Those of you who are familiar with the show, it's still going, I think. I think it's still going. Hell's Paradise, I think, is a pretty interesting song. Intro song, if you're talking about anime, if that's what you're referring to. That's a very nice song. It's a haunting like song. A lot like something what I wouldn't say a lot like Chainsaw Man, but something close to it. Chainsaw Man is more like upbeat, like high level, like intense. Unlike Hell's Paradise is more like haunting, Halloween type sounding, like Halloween Town like sounding, kind of, if that's a good reference to use. Yeah, it's still going. I think the song is called Work. Okay, yeah, it's called Work. Okay. I think it's if I remember right, Hell's Paradise, I think we're on episode 6 or episode 5. I think it's episode 6 or 5 they're on is still going right now. I think that was the latest episode. I'm watching it on VR chat, so like I don't have to fucking go on Netflix or any of the other platforms cuz they are expensive as hell. I'm just broke. So I have to use VR chat to watch anime. But I'm on episode 6 so far as the worlds I'm using to watch anime. Those of you who know who you're drawing. I'm not drawing the character per se. I'm just doing the foreshortening of the character. So I'm using Rebecca from what do you call it? Cyberpunk 2077 Edge Runners, can't talk. Now, as you can see, my shoulder here is way too wide. Unlike Rebecca's shoulder is a lot more smaller. So we'll need to grab this and shorten it completely. And I think we need to pull this up by here. About here, I think. And then we'll grab the other half of the body and pull it back in. Okay. And the shoulder's a lot more poking out. I have the shoulder way too close. So what we need to do is fix these landmarks and make them poke out and then erase what we don't need. So this is not needed. This is what analyzing and understanding your reference as best as you can. We need to poke out that shoulder. And then, as you can see, the shoulder's actually blocking. That's why this extra piece of line is here. So we need to close that up like this. But we need to leave it open because it's not completely like blocking the arm. Okay? So we need to look closely at this as we go. Okay? And my overall objective of doing any of this is to build a portfolio to submit to game companies. Now I think it's time for me to really start doing that. I think I've been doing this way too long to the point that I should be doing this now. So I'm gonna be building a portfolio on to give to like game companies like Side Games. I would like to work for Side Games, a lot like what Ross Dross did. Side Games is like who have like what's one card game? It was Shadowverse. And Fate Stay Night. What is it? It was one game that it was it was a Fate Stay Night game. I forgot what it's called. I would like to work for those companies. and send a portfolio to them. I will actually teach you guys how to make a portfolio as well. I might do a YouTube video on that as well. And just to be clear, as I'm learning how to do perspective, I will be making a YouTube video based on what my experiences was while doing this, so it will all come full circle. So everything I do from this point will be pretty much in line with each other in some form, shape, or fashion. So even if when when I'm streaming, it will be part either of the video or referred back to a video. So if you want to learn and want to get better, just watch my videos or support. That's all you have to do. All you need to do is just follow or be a supporter on my subscribing subscribe to me on either TikTok or YouTube or Patreon. I would really appreciate if you did Patreon so I can do this full time and teach as much as I can and start doing merch and stuff, start making my own merch and stop relying on Redbubble. I'm trying everything in my power to go independent completely without the help of TikTok paying me or Facebook paying me or just relying on sponsorships. I think it's time to like really start branching out into the independent, all the way independent, so I don't have to rely on big tech. Because I don't think big tech is where it's at. I think independency is where it is, and make my own website where you all can just access my shit for over there instead of going to a YouTube channel and stuff like that. It's better to be independent than be dependent on these companies, because tomorrow they can make a policy and change everything, and that can fuck up everything. Oh, you can make peak? Peak? What is peak? I don't know what that means. I'm not really sure what that means. Okay, the neck is over here. Now, what I did is shorten the chest pace. What drawing tablet are you using? I'm using, if you want to know the tablet, it's in my link. It's in my link. Just swipe right over, click the link tree. It'll be right at the top. It's from Amazon, so you don't have to worry. You don't have to go to some weird website. It takes you straight to Amazon. The pen, and the tablet's in there. So if you want to check it out, go ahead. It's literally in the link. I'm not kidding. It's at the very top. You don't have to look for it. Once you click on the link tree, it takes you straight there, so you can go check for yourself. The name and everything. And it takes you straight to Amazon, so you're safe. You don't have to go to no weird website. There we go. Okay. Okay, so what I did is I made the breast much more... I squished the breast more because before it was a lot wider, and that's where the problem was coming in. Also, the neck is not fully full over here. The head is supposed to overlap that of the head. This is what analyzing looks like. You know, analyze as much as possible so you don't make any mistakes. And look for any mistakes. And if you see a mistake, it doesn't make you a bad artist. Please listen to this. It doesn't make you a bad artist if you see a mistake. All it does is just something you just have to refine. And after of looking back and looking at mistakes, you will be a better artist and try and make less mistakes. This is why I would think the best way to really improve is go traditional with a pen. Now, I would say go traditional with a pen, because what a pen does, it forces you to think much more strategically. I'm thinking I'm saying it wrong. Strategically in your moves, so you just don't rely on the eraser. You should not rely on your eraser to fix your problems. You really don't. You shouldn't really. You shouldn't rely on that, because it can lead to a situation where you're never going to improve completely if you keep constantly relying on things that can fix your problems when you can just fix it yourself. It's more of that term, ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure type response, if you get what I'm saying. Strategically, I think I'm saying it wrong. So you don't have to, like, it's like if you make a choice, like if you play like Dark Souls, I'm pretty sure those of you who have played Dark Souls know what I'm talking about. You have to think closely, or play Minecraft. If you put Minecraft in a certain, I think, setting, it can be permanent, you know, and whatever you do can lead to like bad situations. So you don't want to make the worst call ever. So it teaches you not to feel incompetent to rely on something that can fix your problems. This is why I would always say traditional is still king, in my opinion. Some of you may disagree. You may think traditional's where digital's where it's at, even though I'm using digital myself. I understand. I only went digital because of two reasons. One, it's nice. Keep it up. Thank you. No, you said it right. Okay, good. I'm hoping. So number one is it keeps you focused. Number two, it doesn't. It what it does is it it keeps you focused, but it keeps you also not making too many mistakes and relying on sketching. Because I know that sketching can be very attractive, like right now, what I'm doing right now. And if I'm going digital, I understand because it saves money. I understand why it saves money. You don't have to go and spend money on pencils and pens and all that great stuff. Why is it doing this? Hold on. I don't know what this is. This Dad's app. And it saves money. I get it. And it's just easier. It's not messy and stuff like that. And you have all the colors in the world when it comes to digital. But where traditional is king is where you have the grip of the paper. You have you can't make too many mistakes because some things are more permanent than others. You know what I'm saying? So like, especially if you're doing painting. Oh God, oh that must be the hardest just as much as the pen because you can't just erase the painting away. You know what I'm saying? So I suggest that traditional is still king. And if you want to really improve, I think go traditional for a bit. Go for a good 2 months, see how you do, pencil wise. You don't have to go buy a whole set or anything like that. I don't think that's really recommended too much, especially if you're just focusing on one particular set of medium. Like if you're just doing character designing or just learning how to draw bodies, all you need is a pencil and an eraser. That's all you need. But if you really want to take this seriously, use a pen and see how far you can go with the pen. I love to paint. Yeah, painting is fun, but like I know those of you who wants to really improve on your painting skills, understand the best way to learn painting, and I think sketching as well, but usually painting, is learning values. Learn your values. Learn your values. That's like really important. That's more important than coloring. Because if you understand the idea of lighting and shading and light behavior and bounce light and inclusion and all that stuff, you would value your coloring methods much more instead of just saying, oh, why does my colors look like shit? It's not that they look like shit. You just don't understand how lighting is how lighting works. And till you understand lighting, then coloring won't be that much of a big deal. It's a lot like, okay, so it's like this. If you want to draw characters, learn anatomy. If you want to color better, learn values and lighting. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything is an underlying thing. So that's how you can get better. But a lot of people want to skip this part and just ignore it completely. Hey, bro. What's going on, my dude? I saw you put that comment with the feet thing. I saw you, bro. I saw that feet comment. It's like, oh, they have feet. I was like, oh, that was old. So yeah. So my best advice to beginning artists, if you want to improve, I'm telling you this to the bar of my depths of my heart. If you want to improve, you have to do what is necessary, as in learn anatomy, and learn lighting and color behavior. Lighting behavior. So like learn lighting from behind the character, Learn lighting from on top of the character, side, and all directions in most cases. Because if you can learn doing this, you won't have that situation where you'll say, oh, why is my coloring look so weird? Why does my lighting look weird? Why does my shading look weird? You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. No problem. Let me see. Good to see you. I really want to learn. Yes, values are very important. So, like, see, another way of saying values is like saying another word for Values is equal to, like, let's say monochrome. If you think of it that way. You don't actually have to use black and white, but I would suggest use black and white because that is the most dominating color or dominating thing when it comes to colors, because most of your color is going to relate back to using your lights, your grays, and your darks. So it doesn't really, like, that's why black and white and gray is usually the king in this situation, because gray is your midtones, light is your highlights and your light tones, and black is pretty much your shading tones. That's what that, or your, well, light is your tints. Like, let's use the term tints are light, tones is shadow, and then anything in between, like midtones is pretty much your grays. Okay? So when you put it in that sense, if you understand these terms, it's much easier to, like, apply them to what you want to learn. And yeah, but he's just using the pose. Yeah, I'm just using the pose. I'm not doing the character. I'm not drawing the character. Because today we're going to be focusing on perspective. I'm just doing this to get into the warm-ups of perspective and foreshortening. But right now we're doing foreshortening, and then we're going to do perspective with buildings and stuff. I'm finding the horizon line. So that's what we're doing today. But we're just doing this as a warm-up to get everyone in place, so everyone knows what we're doing today. Now, okay, I think I got the upper body pretty close. It's not perfect and it's not precise, but it's closer than it was before. Now, what's next, what we need to do is fix the leg placement, because the legs are a lot more inward into the upper half of the body. So we need to pull this in, okay? So we need to pull this in to give it more depth, because I think this leg is way too far out for its own good. So we're going to push it back in. Or better yet, what we can do is restart this by taking off the legs completely. And then with this gap here, right here, like I said, we can always draw the gap that's here. So we're going right here with the armpit, because it comes out from the armpit to, we're going to landmark this. So the knee is just across from the breast here. It's just like across from it from here. I'm going more further down. Okay. Like that, diagonally. All right. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to go from the armpit. Look closely at this. We're going to go from the armpit. That's where the butt is. The butt is right here from the armpit. And if you're too scared to draw the butt, just try to get the negative space. All right, so we're trying to get the negative space like this. Try not to sketch too much. Try to keep going without sketching too hard. Okay. Because remember, it thins right here to the arm. It thins right here to the arm. And then it comes directly right out fast like this. Okay. Now, there's an indent to the leg here. The indent is right here. So what we need to find from here to here, the indent breaks in. This is how you analyze and get better at drawing. It's these little things. And if you take your time, you will get to where you need to be. Now you're gonna find some situations where it's gonna be a little bit harder to do that than it's easier said than done, and I understand that, I get that. But it will pay off. I promise you. Now the leg goes in here, and then the leg comes out. Since we don't have the whole body, we just have to work for what we have. Okay? Because this is a very difficult pose to get right. And it's one of those dynamic subtlety poses. It's like if you don't get it directly right, it's not going to look right, okay? So that's what we're needing to get to, okay? Like that. And now it looks really ridiculous. I know it does. Trust me, I see it. And the perspective is a little bit off because everything's too big. The first thing we need to do is make sure that the head is the biggest because it's the closest thing to the camera. The head is the closest thing to the camera. So I'm going to make the head a bit bigger just to give that sense of scope right there. Okay. And what I'm going to do is make the upper half smaller. This is what foreshortening looks like. We're going to small up the body like this, like that. Then we're going to make the leg that we was working on the smallest thing there. Smaller. About there. Okay. I'm going to erase the excess fat that we don't need. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're going to fix the leg. Now the leg, both of the legs between the crotch starts right here still on this breast. And the breast that's in the far don't even get bothered. So we're going to keep it there. Okay. We're going to landmark that. And then we're going to work with this leg as best as we can. Now remember, these two legs are, she's standing pretty much. And we're looking, because if I remember from the scene, David is looking down on Rebecca in this scene. This is the scene when she first meets Rebecca, I think, through her brother. And she just answers the door. I think some of you may know this episode based on Edge Runners. And this is when I, to be honest, I have a crush on her myself. I like her voice. But the thing is that, she's best girl. I'm not gonna lie to you. In the show. But David is looking down upon her because she's really short. So she's not actually bending over. She's actually standing. It's just that he's looking over her head. So what's happening is that since she's standing and he's looking over her head, her kneecaps real. Okay, at least the guys, thank you fellas. At least you guys understand where I'm coming from with this. I love Rebecca. She's my favorite one. She's my favorite character in the whole show. Like I love her. I love her voice. I love it. Her voice is amazing. So like the thing is that, and her overall everything is amazing. So like the point is that her legs are not bending. So since her legs are not bending, they're on the same level. Okay, so we have to get y'all tripping. True, nah, Rebecca's better than Lucy. I don't really like. I'm not gonna lie. Lucy's not bad. I just don't find her all that like interesting compared to Rebecca. I don't know. I just find Rebecca a lot more interesting than Lucy. Lucy's cool, but not as cool in my opinion when it comes to Rebecca. Okay, but anyway, the point is that her legs are going to be in the same height pretty much at this point. So we don't want this kneecap to be too thick or too big. We want it to be pretty much on the same level. Okay? So like this. And they're diagonal from each other. So this one bends out as this goes in and be like that. So I'm going to keep it like this for now because we don't have a full scale on her from foot to thing, but we can make an educated guess throughout that. We don't really need to see the whole thing to make sense of it. Because it's just feet from this point. We can kind of fix that part. Yeah, you tripping. Jail. Jail. Hey, wait, hold up. Rebecca's in her 20s. She's just short. Don't start with me. She's in her 20s. I think she's like, what, 23? 24? Yeah, I think she's like 24, 23. Let me see. Yeah, Rebecca's king. Queen. Okay, let me see. Now her butt is over here, so we're going to fix that. I'm going to put it like this. Like that. Okay. Alright, so we have a good sense of what we're doing. And let's see how close we are. I think we're pretty close, but see, the thing is about this perspective I don't like too much. It ignores the I think there's a problem with this perspective too a little bit, where it doesn't really indicate the love handle, like the stomach-ish area. So like I would have put a stomach about here. I think that would have been better. But I think they did that because she's petite, so they didn't give her much hips on that. That's why I put this triangle piece right here. That would have been a lot better, I think, in my opinion. But I guess the original artist who did Rebecca for the promo of the show kept it like this because of her petiteness, so she doesn't have much hips going on. And it says she's 20. Oh, she's 20. There, okay, she's 20. I thought she was 23 or 24. So there we go. Alright, so what we're doing... That's not Gogeta in the BBN with Broly. Let me see. Like that. Make the breast like this. And now I made her breast a little bit more, I guess, bigger than it should have been, given how petite she is. On my opinion, I think that's my fault on my behalf. But I try not to draw too much petite girls like that. I usually draw girls with big breasts just to avoid the problem of it becoming too lolly, but I think that was intentional on their behalf, because I remember on Trigger's behalf, and that was intentional as hell. I remember they complained about this very thing. I think Netflix complained about this or something like that, but they said no, they're keeping her in the show. Because I think, if I remember, Netflix wanted her out of the show because of how she was or how she looked, I think. But when, I guess, Trigger was like, nah, we're not doing that. What's the reference? I know that, but like where? Oh, on Pinterest. You can check on Pinterest. It's on Pinterest. There you go. Okay, I'm going to, and now, to hammer this in, the leg is going to overlap the feet. And if I'm correct on this, because it's overlapping the feet, it'll be like this. Like, the foot will be here. And the foot, based on the knee here, will go down. And then the feet will just literally be overlapped by the leg, like that. Okay? So I'm going to get the other foot. I'm going to fix this real here, because it's looking kind of weird. And I made the kneecap much bigger than it's supposed to be. That's my fault on my behalf. I'm sorry. And then like this. And then... And then like that. Like that. Kind of. Okay. Now the legs are looking kind of weird. She looks like she has like elephantitis, I think. So I have to fix that a bit. So it doesn't look like her legs are fused to the feet, like to the kneecap. So it needs to leave. And the best way to fix this is that when we zoom in, I'm going to leave a gap within the foot so it doesn't seem like it's totally like overlapping the foot too much. This is where we can get liberal on this one and then start realizing what we can do based on placement. Okay? Like that. So I'm going to fix this real quick. I was explaining this to a student. She's one of my students, she's one of my mods. And I was explaining to her the idea of leaving gaps like this, because to really hit home with the idea of 3D, I explained this to her, and what I did is show her something called ellipse lines. You will learn this probably in art school as well. Ellipse lines are basically the lines that gives you a sense of perspective in 3D space. So I'll use like a blue to show you guys what I mean. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to round it off like this. Like this. This will probably help you guys, those of you who are having a hard time making 3D space, by making 3D rings wrapping around the character. So you have an understanding on what you're dealing with in that sense. Okay? And I'll zoom out in a second. And I'm going to wrap this out like this. I'm going to wrap around, wrap, and wrap. And for this to work, you have to be respectful to the object that you're using. Now, you can't just put any wrapping around of the because it's not going to make sense. If I were to wrap it like, say like this, it's not going to make sense. It has to make sense to the situation at best, like this. You'll wrap it around, even the breast too. Let's like wrap the breast. It will give it more. Like if she was wearing a tank top, let's put it that way. If she's wearing like a tube top, I think that's what they refer to, like a tube top, right? And then do it like that, and like that. Now, to be more respectful to the thing, what I can do is instead of just putting a wrapping of that, I can go with the curvature. Oops, going with the curvature of the subject. So what I can do is like that. Like that. You know what I'm saying? So it gives you a sense of 3D space. And this might help you draw better. Now, because I don't know how to make the leg look more 3D, I'm going to use these rings to indicate where I'm going. Like that, and then make a foot going down right there. Now the feet are going to be the smallest thing you see. I'm being very modest with these feet. We're not even supposed to see the feet like that because based on the perspective. Because remember, David is sitting but he's standing right over Rebecca. So for him to see her feet will probably be difficult because most of it, like this angle here, he's supposed to be seeing like this. There's no feet being seen. Okay? So I'm going to pull this back a little bit. We shouldn't be able to see the feet at all, if anything. Okay. Like that. Okay. Kneecap here. Right there. Now, I still messed up on this foot. I keep messing up on this foot, but like, the logic is still in place. We have to make sense of this is what layering and placement really does if you put in the understanding of logic of what you're trying to do. I'm going to tube it in like that. Okay. Now what we can do is make a floor from this point by putting some shading under her. So it feels like she's really coming out at us at that point. So I'm going to zoom in to give you that perspective. So like she's really coming out at us like this. Okay? How come people stretch with different color lines? Stretch with different color... Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by stretch? I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. Highlight different points. Cool art, but rest in peace. They did her dirty. Yes, they did her. Yes, let's call it for what it is. She did not deserve what she did, what she got. That was some bullshit. That was some bullshit what they did to our girl Rebecca. That was some bullshit. I was not too happy at what happened. Okay, like that. There we go. So like that's what we did based on, like that. Based on our perspective. I think we did a good job. The leg still looks insane. That foot still looks insane. Looks like she has elephantitis. But like it's fine. I think we can probably get away with it a little bit, but not really, not kind of, sort of. What I can do is probably really put in a lot of emphasis. I'm gonna fix that. It's gonna be bothering me too much. I'm gonna fix it. Okay, like this. The kneecap is here, so this kneecap will be here. And then... Okay. There we go. Okay, that's a lot better than what it was before. Okay. Let me erase this part. Okay. This is what foreshortening looks like. Okay? I hope this helped any of you, those of you who are having problems with foreshortening. or putting characters in perspective. I know it's kind of hard, and it challenges me myself. I'm still having a hard time doing it too, but it is a great way to make your characters really come to life, pop out of the screen, and give them a sense of depth and understanding. She got smashed like a little. She got destroyed, like literally destroyed. I didn't like how they did that to her. That was not cool. Like, it makes sense on how it happened, but it's like, ugh, it was like, I like how they hired the dude who does the voice of McCree from Overwatch, and it looks exactly was it Jesse McCree? Oh no, they go by what, Cassidy now? Cassidy. It's like it's the same dude who does the voice of McCree, Cassidy from Overwatch, and it looks exactly like. It looks like Cassidy from Overwatch. I'm glad that he made it out. I was kind of annoyed. The two people who should have made it out was him and Rebecca. Those are the two people who should have made it out. I'm not kidding. Like, straight up. I didn't think, once I realized it was, like, fucking Cassidy from Overwatch, I was like, bro, that's Cassidy. Like, this is a perfect, like, voice cast for this situation. And it looks just like him. I was like, oh, okay. Like, it made total sense. Let me see. Navigator, okay. Thank you for your service. Anyway, so I hope this helps you guys for those who are having trouble with perspective and putting your characters. And then the one way I like to do when I want to place, I just put, like, pretty big eyes here to indicate where the eyes are going to go, like that, just as a placeholder, so you have a understand where their mouth's going to be. And then if the hair is always, always a gap. Always make sure there's a gap. This is why a lot of you who draw hair tend to draw the hair too close to the eyes and try to put it right here, and there's no space. There's no forehead. It's literally hair to eye. So what you want to do is go up like a few spaces up and put the hairline about here. As you can see, Rebecca's hair is right about here. It's a good spacing between the eye. And remember, I made these eyes pretty big, so I can actually say this is here to here is more of a head, like a forehead. So you want to keep that there. So I'm going to put it here, and then her hair will be like this, and then our hair is going to come out like that. Okay. Okay. Used to do that. Thank you so much for the rose. I appreciate it. I used to do that like that. Yeah, it's a. I know I used to do it too. It was something I always wondered why I had a problem. It was just that I ignored the forehead. Because, like, we always focus on how cool it should look than what it should look. And then I'm going to fix the hair like this. I'm not putting too much emphasis on detail like that, but the overall idea of what we're looking at here. And our hair is going to be up here, and our hair is going to drop down. Remember, you got to make sense of the logic. Because remember, her head is tilting this way. And her hair is in the back, so it's not that big. It's going to be a little bit, as it goes down, it gets smaller. That's where you want it to have that depth, okay? See how that works? Okay? You want that depth there, and her ear is kind of out there. So if I would put the ear about here, okay? Now the other ear won't be seen because most of it is focusing on this side of the head. Like, it's focusing this side of the head. So there's no ear to be seen whatsoever. So we need to make sure that perspective is being really pushed on, that we're looking only on, I think this is the left side. This is the left side of the face. No ear, no right ear at all. And then we put the eyes about here, and put the eyes about here. Her mouth is about, well, then again, we gotta make sure the eyes are the same based on what we're pointing. And then the mouth kind of curves in like this, but it looks a little, looks a little ridiculous. Oh, hey, go back. Ugh, hold on. grab this. I hate when that happens. Okay. There we go. And then, okay, there. The eyes are here. And then the mouth can turn a little bit more like that. And then the nose is about here. Okay. Let me see. So I hope this is giving you guys a sense of spacing, because spacing is what really comes into play here. If you can put the spacing in where it's supposed to be, everything will make sense. So if I put the hair up here, because this hair is going to be a lot more bigger than the hair that's more far in the back, because it's getting, the more further down it goes, the smaller it gets. It doesn't get bigger. Okay? So I'm going to zoom out. Oh, there we go. Hey. There we go. So that's how close we can get from this point. Now I can always do the eyes, but just to make sure on something, to let you most of you know, when you're drawing your character, especially in a position like this, you should flip the canvas. I know most of you are scared to do that, or some of you may not know this, but if you're doing a pose, especially if the pose is looking good already, you can make it even more better by flipping the canvas. This is called checking, or what I like to refer to as patting your castle, your sand castle. What does that mean? What that mean is that, imagine when you was a kid, if you ever been to the beach or anything like, or been to the snow, and you're like making a castle. You usually pat it on the sides to make it look as square. Look as triangle as possible, or whatever the case may be. If you're using like a bucket, or whatever the case may be, to make it look smooth out and stuff like that. That's what you're doing when you're flipping your canvas. You're looking for any areas that is awkward or weird. You don't want it to be in a situation where it looks really awkward, because like what's happening is that this can look good now because we've been stuck on this positioning for the longest while, but if we flip it, it's going to look really weird and distorted. And that means that one side looks good but the other doesn't. That actually proves and tells you that it's not as balanced as you think. So let's flip it right now. If I were to flip this, like right now, and what you can do is take your keyboard and hotkey it to your keyboard, hotkey it the flipping button, and flip it rapidly. Because if you flip it, it will break your tunnel vision. It will break the tunnel vision of it looking weird. So like for instance, this is how you really improve, and this is where a lot of artists will tell you, especially professionals, to check your reference. Most artists will do this thing where, most professionals will do this thing where if they're doing the drawing, they'll be flipping while doing the drawing. So they don't have to do that later. So they flip while they're doing the sketch, they flip it, do the sketch, flip it, do the sketch. So they're killing two birds with one stone. So that a lot of them do this, okay? So that's something that a lot of people don't take for granted. So I'm going to flip this. I'm going to flip this one. Now, what's the issues with this? Now, I'm going to circle the issues that's wrong with it. And because if it looks awkward, it's like a sentence. If the sentence sounds awkward, therefore it needs to be fixed. So the one place that needs to be fixed, I think, is in this particular area. The foot definitely needs to be fixed still. Based on our perspective here, the neck, I think here needs to be fixed a little bit. And what needs to be fixed is, I won't say the hand because I'm not really putting too much focus, but we'll fix it anyway. And then, let me see, the head can be left alone. I don't think that's a problem. I'm gonna flip it back. Oops, my bad. Put it in the wrong place. Let me put it in the folder so I don't have to mess up every time. Put in the folder. Try to make sure to separate your layers so you don't end up drawing on the same layer too much. Flip. I don't think nothing's wrong with the chin. Can I say is 106? Good lord. Okay, let me see. The arm, not that big of a deal because we're gonna leave the arm alone. So I think that's it. I think that's all we have to look for. The knees are fine. I think this knee is fine. It could be better. Actually, when I look at the reference, the knee is actually looking towards itself. I have this knee looking this way. So we need to fix this kneecap here. So I'm going to circle that too. The kneecap needs to be fixed. Oops, wrong layer. Yeah, like that. And the kneecap needs to be fixed. So this is a great way to improve. So you're looking for any problems with it whatsoever so we can do better on it and then make it look a lot more presentable for anyone who's here. Let me see. Chest size, Mamonto's chest size. Okay. I can't. Okay. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to copy. Actually, I'm going to copy and paste. Okay. And I'm going to keep that hidden for now, and then we're going to do what we need to do to this. So I'm going to come here, and I'm going to work on the knee first. Okay. I'm going to work on this knee. Okay, like this. And then put the knee like this. Like that. To make it better. Like that. Because her knee is looking directly like this. Okay, and then we skin it up. There we go. Alright. And then this knee is definitely just fucked up. So let's just erase it completely. Okay. Let me see exactly. Let's see. She absolutely gorgeous, awesome, massive, absolutely magnificent. Oh my god. Those big words. Oh my god. Going in with the compliments, I think. Okay, so let me see the knee here to here. It's going to It's going to bend. It's going to bend here. And then what's going to happen, we're going to erase this part. I want it to look as normal as possible. Okay. And then we're going to like that. Here. And then we're going to make the... Nope. Okay, like that. Okay. Still look like shit. It still looks like shit. That leg just doesn't want to work with me. Still, I can admit my shit looks like shit. Look like shit. I'll come back to it later. I'm not gonna fixate on too long on it. Now the hand nothing's actually wrong with the hand, but I want to give it a little bit more depth. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to erase this a little bit and give it some actual like a hand. Okay, I'm gonna draw the hand. You can zoom in on this part. We're gonna draw the hand. And the best way to draw a hand is draw it like a mitten. So you don't have to do all the work of trying to draw every finger. Like that. Isn't she on her tippy toes? And no. She's actually standing. David is just sitting right over her. standing right over her. He's just taller than her. So she has to look at him from this perspective. She's not actually bending over. She's actually standing. He's just standing right over her. She's right under him. This is the door scene when he comes up to the door, and when he opens the door, and then he's introduced to her for the very first time, or whatever the case may be. So no, she's not see like that. What's the anime called? It's called Cyberpunk 2077 Edge Runners. That's what it's called. All right. Okay. Dude said, homie, go outside. Dude, get off TikTok. You tell me get outside. You on TikTok. I'm teaching. Get the fuck out of here. I just realized. I was like, what the? Dude, you're on TikTok. Get off the phone. I just realized. Let me pull it back right here. Let me see. Alright, so let me make the fingers right here. Let's make it like that. Okay. Now we can make the hand be holding. I'll let her hold something. Fuck it. I'll just let her hold a pipe or something. I don't give a fuck. Hold that pipe. Holding that pipe. Okay, let me see. Erase this part. Okay. And we gotta make sense of the perspective. So if she's like that. Okay, like that. How does one become an art student? To me? Oh, you gotta be a Patreon member. And then I want to teach you guys like a class of you at once on Discord and stuff like that. That's what I want to do. But if you are just if you just want to be taught by yourself, I can do private lessons as well. I have a and what I'm going to do from now on is that when I'm teaching, I'll be recording and I'll put it on YouTube. So it gives other students who wants to be on the YouTube channel, right? They want to be on the YouTube channel and see what I do. A lot like what what's his name? I forgot his name. Mark Bennett. Mark Bennett does. I think even Cynics does this as well. They'll like have their Patreon members ask questions. They'll do like a private session, like not a private session, but it'll be like a bunch of y'all, like 5 or 6 or 7 people, asking questions and stuff who are Patreon members, and then they'll take the recording and put it on YouTube, and then people will watch how the teacher teaches, and then they can watch and say, oh, I want to be part of his class because I like how he teaches or answers questions or case may be. That's what I'm trying to do. That's the literal indication of that. So if you want to be a student and you want to be part of those YouTube videos, just follow the Patreon, and then, or if you just don't, if you want private lessons, I can just do a private lesson and take that recording and put on YouTube. You don't have to be a group of you if you feel conscious with other people. First, it gives me content. 2, it gives people incentive that they are going to be taught. And 3, you can always refer back to them. So, like, it helps those who have questions. So, like, say, for instance, you don't know how to draw eyes, and say, like, a student asks me a bunch of questions and want those questions to be answered, they may be answering the question for you can see on YouTube. So, they'll be on the art channel, on my art channel on YouTube. If you want to find it, it's in my link in Patreon on your TikTok. Okay. And I can do this full time more often and teach. Okay, so the arm is now as you can see, I made the arm a little bit too small, so I'm going to pull it down a little bit more. Okay, like that. Thank you for the art tips. I need them. No problem. Just to be clear, I'm giving you guys pretty much general art tips. Like, it's not anything out of the wazoo I would give someone in. Like, if you as a Patreon member, I would go full more in depth. I'm giving you general surface level art tips. So it's not like I'm just giving you all the secrets like that. So, because there's a lot more I'm not really saying too much, but just enough for you guys to understand and to look out for general art tips. All right, so don't think I'm just giving you all the thing and then expect you to pay and then not get any like extra stuff out of that. Okay. Oops. Let's put the hand. That. Like that. All right. Oof. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Thank you, Bri. I don't know what he was saying, but thank you, Bri. You're doing a great job, my dude. Proud of you. Okay, now we're gonna fix the shoulder a little bit. Like I said before, the shoulder was not poking out as hard as it should have been. So we need to fix that. I'm fixing the shoulder. I kind of fixed the hand a little bit, but not really. I just kind of gave it some depth to let you know where the hand is. But I'm going to curve it like this. You want the arm to poke. Like that. Okay. And the back of the shoulder actually curves into the ear. So if the ear was here, let's just say the ear was here, it would curve into that. It's not a straight line like whereas that's why I circled here. I realized that was not a good idea. What I did, just making it very like straight on. It looks really robotic and not realistic, or at least believable. So we want to have the shoulder, the top shoulder, like curve in, and then like that. We gotta look closely on that. Okay, so the neck is, as you can see, the neck is curved like that. It curves into the ear. So we want that part to be, so I'm going to curve that in. I'm going to actually make this a little bit more rounder. Okay. And actually, because of the arm, I drew it weirdly. The arm doesn't go up, it goes down. This arm is going down. So we need to fix that. Erase all of this. Okay. Because remember, at the scene, her arm is actually, I think if I remember, her arm is actually resting on the door. It's resting on the door where the lock is. So that's where she's resting her arm on the door. So that's why the arm is down. So she's actually leaning on the other side, if I remember right. If I remember right. Let me see. People are still making fan theories that David is still not dead for some odd reason. So I don't know how people keep thinking that he's not. But, you know. Let me see here. Some people are making theories that David made it out still, but not the same. He's not gonna look the same, but they're still making like theories on that. Which I don't know how they could, because it was his armor, his gear was like fucking with him. It was killing him. Hello. True. Okay. Hello. I hope you're having an awesome day. Let me see. Maybe the arm's too small, I think. Yeah, maybe it's the arm's too small. Because as you can see, it curves in and like that. It's all shoulder. So what I'll do is I'll grab this part and just, no, erase it completely. And then what I'll do is, oops, is curve it in. Oh god, I'm doing too much sketching, and this is why you should avoid sketching too much, because it will warp your sense of placement. Okay, like that. Okay, and then this one's a weird one because it feels kind of off, but yet it doesn't feel off at the same time. It feels off, but it's not off. Maybe I'm not putting enough emphasis on the shoulder in that sense. Okay. Like that. And I'll do it to make it a little bit more 3D and not feeling pretty flat. And this is why I keep saying that ellipse lines are very important. You see how flat this looks? We can make it look a little bit less flat if we just put some circles around it here. You know what I'm saying? Circles really make the ellipse lines really make the difference in the. See, now it doesn't feel as flat now because we put the ellipse lines there. Still don't feel accurate though, but maybe it's like because of how I drew it. Oh wait, I know. There's no curve here. We're not seeing no curve. Curve is there, but it's not. Oh, that's wrong too. Okay, let's go back. That's why it's good to just keep practicing till you get it. Okay? Alright. Now, I fixed the shoulder. The hands are fine. It can pass for now as a sketch. So these are fixed, I believe. This is fixed. This is doable. This is passable. This leg is passable. I still don't feel like the shoulder is where it's supposed to be, but I think it's a bit better. I could be wrong. Let me see. Okay, let me. Okay. And then curve it like this. And then what we can do is put the chin like this. A little bit more. And then her face and cheek. The cheek is really poking out this time. Here. And the head is like this. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to fix. I'm gonna erase this part right here. Okay. Now it looks now we gotta fix this foot. I'm gonna fix this foot. Fuck it. Now always remember that the kneecap is where the foot points. The kneecap points. So I know that this foot is, this kneecap here is pointing this way. So that means this kneecap is probably pointing that the same direction. As we can see, it's pointing kind of like that way. Like this. So what we need to do is lower it down. And this is where I'm having my trouble here. Okay. Okay, let me see like this. I can't get this leg for the death of me. I can draw a whole body, but not a foot. That's crazy. A leg. That's crazy. I don't think you guys should learn from me. Can't draw a whole leg. Jesus Christ. Just one of those days, huh? So let me just draw the leg. Don't learn from me. What am I talking about? make the foot like this. Alright, erase this part. We don't need to see this part. Okay, now let's thin out this leg. And I think the problem is that I'm making the leg too like wide open, and then it just quickly just gets narrow. And that's where I think my problem's coming in. Okay. Like this. Alright, and then we need to narrow it down like so. Okay. Just a little bit, just like that. Okay. 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 And then the foot needs to be fixed a little bit. I don't think the foot shouldn't be seen all that much. It should be seen, but not seen. Okay. Now, we need to wrap some lines around this just to indicate that it's like that. Now, the problem with this is now that the leg is way too straight for his own good. Legs are not that straight. They're never that straight. They curve into each other in a sense. They don't just stay straight. You can make it straight, but it looks really painful. And this is where anatomy comes in, because you want your character to look as fluent but as balanced as possible. You don't want your character looking like they're going to tip over or they look like a robot. You don't want none of that. You want to avoid that as much as possible. This is why learning anatomy and gesture drawing is very important. It is the foundation you need to learn, not the fun stuff. The fun stuff comes in. If you understand the foundation, you can literally do all the fun stuff you want, all the cool poses and shit like that. No matter what the pose is, well, it could be in the sky, it could be in the water, it could be anything. Why do you use different colors for each sketch? So we use different colors for each sketch to indicate what to focus on, what's important, what's done, and what's not. I think animators do this. They'll use say like certain, like they'll use certain lines, like if we're talking about anime, if they're doing like coloring, if they need like to shade, they'll put like lining of where the shading will be, like in different colors. Like say blue is for shading, red is the overall line art. Say purple is for where I'll say like movement will be happening or something like that, where bodies at rest, you know, type of stuff. That's what they do to indicate and let other people know what they need to look for, what needs to be fixed, where's the problem. I think I was watching the production. It was a documentary in Japan from Studio Trigger when they was working on Kill la Kill. And they had the graduates who were, I guess, quote unquote interns that was working at the university or came from the art university who came to the studio. They'll have the students do draftsmanship stuff. They'll have them do draftman drawings of, because at the time I think, no, they was not working on Kill la Kill. They was working on Little Witch Academia at the time. And there was one particular student who was doing a drawing of Mako when she was doing like a running scene. And in the running scene, he would have to, he will draw the scene of she running, and it looks pretty good for anyone who's like not doing art or don't do animation or not a very veteran like animator. You can see that the drawing was really good. But when he gave it to his superior, which was the art director, the person who oversees everything, he would look at it for a few seconds of what he drew, draftsmanship wise. Like he'll take the paper and they'll do the thing with the just like drop from frame to frame, and he'll look at it for a whole second. Like he'll watch it for a few seconds, and then from that few seconds, he can already know what to fix, what not to fix in instance, because he has such like experience and understanding on how the body should move, no matter how stylized the character would be. So when he looked through it, he already made changes by using a red pen, and he'll take another piece of paper and draw right over it to tell him where to fix, and he'll send it back to him. And when the student looked over it, he said he told him how to redo virtually everything, because he was like, oh shit, he thought he was pretty good at what he does. He's like, oh shit, I don't think I'm ready for this. Best anime I've ever seen in a while. Yes, I'm not gonna lie to you. That anime, I thought Disney funded it the way it was produced. Like, it felt like a Disney movie, but it felt like a Ghibli Disney animated film from Studio Trigger. The way it came off to me, the music, the fluidity, the movements and everything, the animation, it felt like a Disney-esque anime with a Studio Ghibli like choreography, like song wise. That soundtrack, yes, it was amazing. It was amazing. So like, I watched the documentary of the making of Little Witch Academia for Netflix because they had graduates come in and take over or help in the production of the anime, which was good to give students like experience and how it works in the industry and how to work as an animator and stuff like that. And the students was really amazed by how because the director does so many draft, like he's a draftsman, so he goes through all of them, and he has to correct all of them. And I think there were like 7 of them, and he had to go through all of them, and then it takes seconds just to make a correction, 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 at one after the other. I think somewhere from the game. Okay, let me see the soundtrack. Yes. So he had to make a correction. It was so amazing because he only took a few seconds just to fix and redraw the scenes for them animated wise. And that was like, bro, like if you want to see like skill, watch those documentaries. You'll learn a lot from them. He won't teach you anything, but just the fact that he could draw very fast. You see how long it took me to do this? Like it took me I'll say an hour just to get all this done, or at least looking semi decent. It only took him a few seconds just to fix all of this in like seconds. He can draw this in probably in 30 seconds or less. It took me an hour to do this, so it tells me that I'm not there as a potential animator. But then again, that just means I need to practice. And this is why I'm here trying to learn for myself and teach you guys in the process, killing several birds with one stone and all that great stuff. So I give you guys my experience and what I've learned so far, and then you guys take whatever I teach you and then apply it to whatever you're trying to learn it for. Okay. And then what I'll do is also do critiques. If you're a Patreon member, I'll critique your work and give you my best advice if I can and see where you need to fix. And I will be honest with you, I'm not going to do that baby shit with you with where say that's a good drawing, and then I'll say no, that's off, you need to fix this, you need to fix that type stuff, and this is what I would do. But then again, if you don't think that's the right call, then that's your prerogative to fix that if you don't want to. You're the artist. I'm just giving you my advice based on that. You don't have to go by my advice, but you're paying, so I'm pretty sure you would like that advice. So I think it makes total sense if I give you my best and honest advice to help you improve to whatever you're trying to get to. So yeah, I think I think I know what's the problem. This is too short. Like, I don't know who said it earlier, but this part is too short. I think it really needs to stretch. I forgot who said it, but they pointed it out earlier. This, I think, is too short. About here. Okay. Like that. And now it looks weird now, because this arm looks weird. So what I'm going to do is erase this part. Okay. And the shoulder is actually... We can see the part where it bends right here. Okay. Like that. And then what we'll do is pull it down like this. It looks so weird. It looks like it's just kind of like, it looks like a prop that's like kind of stuck to her. So we can pull this back a little bit. It's just kind of distracting. Okay. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna, I'm gonna go with some liberties on this one because I don't really like I like how I had it originally, the arm. It's just that it looks really awkward the way I have it. Maybe I need to... Okay, I think I need to grab the whole head. Maybe if I grab the whole head. And be like, push it more outwards. Maybe the head is taking too much space. We'll see. And then we'll see what we can go from there. We'll put more like about here. Okay. Give it a little bit more push and elbow room from that point. Okay. And then plus this arm is kind of curving off into the distance. Yeah, you got 90 minutes, so don't forget to take a... Okay. Okay, like that. And then like this, and then like that. Now, I still don't like the shoulder too much. I'm gonna roll it off. It's too pointy for me. Let me fix this part. Okay. Okay, like that. Okay, and then we go up to the chin, and we're going to do this right here. That. Okay. Like that. Okay. It looks great so far. It looks good, but it could be better. Always look to be better. Never look to settle for good enough. We need to always look for better. Okay, so this is what it looks like now. I still don't like the arm too much on the too far, like this one. It looks too distracting. It's distracting way too much from the overall this. But we'll come back to this in a second. But this is the original what we had it at before, which I might put it back like this. I like this version. I feel like this is a lot better compared to what it was. So, but this is the, as you can see. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to fix that by erasing. I'm going to put the way I want it because I don't like how it looks and it's just not working. So I'm going to erase this part right here. And then I'm going to go back to what I originally had it at, like this. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so let's erase this part. Okay. I think this is much better anyway. This part is much better. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Hate. I appreciate it. I'm jealous. It's crazy. That's really cute. But that's really true. But you should also know you're doing really. Yeah. No. I understand. I get it. It's a good drawing, but I want to be perfect. That's the problem. That's the problem with artists. We tend to be too perfectionistic. Now this is. I'm going to color code these so we can see them better. So I'm going to make one blue and the other one red. The red one is the one that... There we go. Okay. I'm going to need to sneeze again. Oh my god. Okay. Excuse me. My god. I'm getting sick. Alright. Alright, let's do that again. And... right here. Boom. And then, oh, make this red. Make this red. Okay, there we go. And now what we're going to do is, bam. Okay. Now, this is the original, the OG one that we did. We first went with. The OG. I'm going to put it, the OG one. And this is the... the refine one. Okay. Have you done AI from Oshino? No, I did not. No. Refined. I'll give it a try one day. But we're not even drawing this character. We're just going with... This is just a lesson. Alright, so this is the OG one, and this is the refined one. What do you guys prefer? The OG one? Or... not, I'll give you guys a poll. Fuck it, I'll do it that way. I'll give you guys interact. Poll. So red is the OG, blue is the refined. So we got refined, OG. Refined, OG. Refined, OG. You guys get the pick. There's 85 of you. I know you guys can at least vote on that. You don't have to comment. Just fucking vote. There's 85 of you. What the hell? Okay. I should get like 30 responses at least. Let me see. Alright. Everyone likes the blue one. Refined, OG. OG. Refined. $14. Okay. I guess the refined one. I guess we did good. I guess we did good. Thank you guys for saying that. I do appreciate it. It really does. There's one last thing I want to do before we move on. We're going to do the perspective thing because I know Ryan's been waiting on that one for the longest while. Let's turn this on. Like curve. We're going to curve. If you are not sure how to give more restraint on your 3D-ness, to put more restraint, what you can do is... Oops. No, not that. Let me put that back. Okay, so is to put ellipse lines around it, like this. Like, because sometimes it can help. That can help keep it more 3D, really wrap around the body the way you want to. And this can help a lot. What this can actually do is help with shading. So like if you don't understand like what plates are or platforms on your character, this can help you with your coloring. So like say for instance, let's just say you're doing a lighting situation, right? And as you're doing a lighting situation, let's just say we're using, I don't know, like let's use green for instance. Right, let's use green. And the lighting is coming from, say lighting is coming down here, right? If the lighting's coming down from here, we're going to use these plates as a way to know how much we're lighting our character and how much we don't have to. So like, say the light's coming here. Our character is already going to be in this situation where it's going to go like this. I'm going to wrap it around like this. And I'm going to go down here. And bam. Now, this is our shade, pretty much, at this point. But it doesn't have to stop here. We're not done here. So what we can do is use this to let us know how much shade how much shade do we need for this to work. So I would pull this back a little bit, right? And remember the squares I made? These squares? What's going to happen is that I'm going to make it lighter here because the light is right here. So this is our mid-tone in this particular area. Right here. Right there. This is our mid-tone. right? And then when it gets further away, it's going to get darker. And we want that darkness to really come through. Actually, one better not. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take that and then go up one a little bit like that. Okay. And then what I'm going to do, because we're getting further away from our light source, we get darker by default. Okay. I'm going to darken this. Here. The light's still coming here, so there's going to be some light here. So I'm going to say it's going to be dark here. Right? And probably dark around here, per se. So I'm using these plates. Let me see, I may sound like I'm lying, but I joined the educational... I'm pretty sure you did. I'm using green. I would use dark and black, but let me use green. I think it's... Because values is just monochrome and it's nonsense if you think of it that sense. So I'm using the plates to let me... to make it easier for me to use it as a form of knowing when the shade, where not the shade. How much I should shade. Okay, like this. And then the light source here, and this squares, because it's not completely going to be shown, because some light's coming through here, and some sense is coming through here. I wouldn't say right there, I would say like far edge here. Okay. There we go. Okay. Alright. And what I will do in this situation is we're going to blend between these colors now. Now, there's something called ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion is basically when you take two objects, and between those objects, like my hand, is a darkness in between my fingers, my fingers. So it's really, really dark where light can't come in. Even though there's light literally blaring on my hand, if I close my hand, there's still darkness in there. That darkness in the crevice of my hand, that is ambient occlusion. So whenever you should use that is when two objects are very close together. So you don't use the shading every time. Like, you don't darken shading for the sake of darkening, because it will be too dark for its situation and it won't make much sense. Because there's something called bounce light. Now let's just say, for instance, well, before I get to that bounce light part, but no, I'm gonna do it now. Let's just say, for instance, on the floor, it's a red floor. Say she's standing on a red surface, right? Just say the red surface is right here. It's red. It's not super red. Let's just make it like a light red or so. Okay. So the red is there, right? So what's going to happen is that the light that's hitting the red will bounce into your subject, but not as strong, because no matter how red the object is, once it bounces into an object, right, what's going to happen is that it's going to take some of that color into that object. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to grab this color, but instead of just rubbing it in here, what I'll do is it's going to lose some color, and then I'm going to use my I'll put on a different layer just in case. I'm going to use some of that to go into our subject here. Like that. Now, it doesn't look all that 3D, right? But what we're going to do is blend the colors together and make it more believable. So I'm going to take away our bounce light for now. And I'm going to take my smudge tool, and I'm going to smudge between them. So That's what's going to happen here. So I'm going to smudge them. Now you just don't smudge, okay? You just don't smudge just indiscriminately. You smudge when it makes sense. So like for instance, because like for under her neck, I should have put under her neck should be more darker because the neck is being covered. What's going to happen is that the neck is going to be right here. Right here, like about here. Hold on, grab that real quick. I'm sorry. Let me just mash this together as one. Select it. There we go. And then what you're going to do is like that, right? So this will make sense in a second. So I'm going to grab my smudge tool, and because there's no cast shadow like that, I'm going to smudge here and make it fade like a gradient, okay? It's like a gradient. Think of it that way. It's like a gradient, okay? And as the gradient is going through, what's happening is that there's going to be a hard line here. And I'm going to shade here as well, because there's no real hard cast shadows that's happening. But we don't want to just smudge everything, because what's going to happen is going to look really bland and just look really just boring. We don't want that. We're trying to avoid that. So what I'm going to do is smudge it a little bit here, especially right here. Okay. And leave everything else from that point. Smudge a little bit here and here, and that's it. Okay. Now all I have to do is grab my red tool and put the colors here, smudge them in here a little bit, without them looking muddy or anything. Okay. And turn it down a little bit. Oop, wrong one. Turn it down a little bit. That's how you do bounce light. It bounces into the object on top of it, but it's faded in because it's not supposed to be that dark. You just have to see enough, but just not enough for it to be like a powerful color. That's how it works, okay? I forgot to do the... Hold on. So that's how you get good at... This is why values are very important, and I suggest anyone who's into coloring or having trouble coloring, learn your values that way. Okay. Duck feet. Yes, duck feet. Okay, so let me see. Duck feet. Let me grab this real quick and like that. So like, let's use an example here. Based on what I'm seeing here, based on Rebecca, as you can see, the lighting's coming the same direction. I just made mine more aggressive. But the lighting's coming directly on her because she's in a fluorescent room. She's in a room with her brother from this scene. It's not actually yellow, so I think the artist just put the original artist from the promo picture put yellow in the back just for the keep the focus on her. But like in the scene, she's in her apartment with her brother. I think they're in an apartment. And she's standing at the door by David and talking to David for the very first time. As David's looking down upon her, the light is... She's in a well-lit room, so the light's really strong in here. And as you can see, the shadings here, and shadings here, and shadings here. Sometimes it's best, in most cases in these situations, is to literally just use your lasso tool and just make a shape out of your whole shadow so you can know where the direction's going. If you understand the direction where your light is at all, you can get away with this. So let's use dark here, and then maybe this would be easier if I use darkness instead of just green. Maybe that's easier for you guys. I'm pretty sure you guys rather this instead. So it's easier to like really put that into perspective like that. that. There we go. So it looks really cool, right? So what's happening is that since she's in a more well-lit room and there's a lot going on, I want to make this as shaded. I would make this less shaded, like this, like how they have it, like this. Oops, gotta go to backwards. Sorry, I have to do that backwards. Okay. Okay, and then delete. To really hit home that, let me see, like, let's just say a character was wearing something like this. And remember, I made the plates, so the plates still are intact here. I like the more plates, the more accurate you can be with your shading. Keep that in mind. Teach me how to avoid taxes. I like that one. Wouldn't you know how to do that for you? Teach me how to avoid taxes. That was a funny one. Okay, so trust me, I do too. I want to avoid taxes myself. I don't like paying taxes myself, but taxes is a pain in the ass. It is a pain in the ass. Okay, let me see here. And then put shading here and the shoulders. Okay, and put some shading under here. There we go. Now this does feel like more, well, better shading than it was before. I would admit a little bit. Okay, there we go. Now it feels a little bit more because and actually it won't even be this shading here. We'll take this away too. There we go. We're gonna use this as our form of reference, I guess. We'll just do that instead. Okay, and then okay, like that, and then like that. There we go. Bam. All right, we did all our shading here. How can I enter a digital screen? What? A digital... Wait. Oh, you watch too much Digimon, my bro. Too much Digimon for you. So I'm gonna make this hard edge. Let's see. Like that. Okay. And then that. And then we'll drag out this. That and then this. So that's a great way to doing it, but there's also another way you can make it look a little bit more 3D. What you can do is kind of like, because shading is a very weird thing sometimes, what you can do is put some lighting around it. So you can light and give it that 3D look like this. That wraps around but doesn't take over the show the shading.
Hello, Wilkes-Barre, PA.
Okay.
First is your local credit union committed to helping
Just like
people
that.
and their communities improve
And
their
then
lives
like
and
this.
At People First, we make banking easy. Enjoy benefits like no hidden costs.
A bit far. Let's see. Sure. Thank you for the follow. I thank you for the share. I appreciate it. Okay, like this. And there you go.
Free checking account today. Restrictions apply.
Okay, and then turn it down. Like that. So that's one way you can do it to really bring home. And then the last thing we'll do before we go to the building stuff is put some darkness, a little bit more extra darkness onto this. But wrap it around the breast like this. under the neck. Okay, like this. And then wrapping around like that. There we go. And then one last thing we need to do is put the shadow. Let's just take this away real quick. Put the shadow like so by the hell? Gotcha. Okay. There we go. And then we turn it down like this. And then we really pushed our direction towards the light, because remember the shadow's going this way. So if the shadow's going this way, the light's coming from this way. That's how it works. No, we're doing a lesson. I'm not trying to draw anything. I did draw this, but then again, we're doing a quick study, and then we're going to go do some perspective drawing. All right, but I hope this helped all of you out there who was watching this. I hope you guys learned something other than just look at Rebecca the entire time while I was teaching. And I hope you guys learned something from this, in the slightest or at all. Please let me know if you did. If you did, let me see if you guys. Let me give you a quick. Okay, blue means you did. Red means you didn't. Blue means you learned something today. Red means you didn't. We got one who did it. Wait, we got someone who did. Come on, guys, get it to me. There's 195 of you. Come on, tell me at least I did a good job at least explaining this nonsense to you guys from beginning to end, from doing the gesture drawing all the way to the shading part. Please tell me you learned something. Blue means you learned something. Red means you didn't. Oh God, there's more people who didn't learn. Oh, fuck me. No! There's 200 of y'all. Y'all fucking lazy. Why are you so lazy? Damn. Why are you guys lazy to respond to this? Oh my God. No one learned a damn thing. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. I swear. No one learned a thing. Well, that's the end of me. Most of them was just looking at the drawing. I'm pretty sure they were. Alright, I'm not gonna be too mad at them. Alright, so let me see. The last thing I need to do is put this in its own folder, and then bam. Okay. Now, one thing I want to know. So see how we capture this. Even with the OG version that we did, it still captures it well. Look at that. Doing more looking. Jesus Christ. Okay. Nice. Pretty cool. Can't save all of them, Teach. I know, I can't save all of them. You're right. Can't save all of them. Alright, guys. So, we're going to move on from our lesson. I'm pretty sure most of you will jump off this by the time I move away Rebecca here. But that's perfectly fine. I think I got enough follows for today. But today we're going to be focusing on doing... Let me see, just to make sure. Okay, I'm still alive. Good. I'm not, good. Alright, so today's lesson, the next lesson we're going to do for the rest of the time is we're going to be learning how to do perspective. So we're going to be doing perspective with buildings, and we're going to find the horizon line. So with a little help on my behalf, because I can't remember every little thing, we're going to use YouTube. So how we're going to use YouTube is that we're going to go over here. Those of you who are on TikTok, or I'm streaming to Twitch, and I'm streaming to Twitch, Twitter, Twitch, Trovo, but not YouTube. And how this is going to work is that we're going to use YouTube right here. Click. There you go. Oop, there we go. Wait, where's what the fuck? Why no see it? Oh wait, okay. Wait. Something's not right. What the hell? I had it earlier. Let me see. What the fuck? There it is. Okay, there we go. Stop that. Alright, so we're going to be using YouTube to help us figure out why I was having a hard time with perspective. What is that kind of anime? That is Cyberpunk 2077 Edge Runners. Because I can't talk today. Okay. So we're going to learn how to do this. So how we're going to do this is that we're going to grab this building. And what's going to happen is we're going to use something called, I would say this is like either 3-point perspective, I believe. Either 3-point or I think first perspective. So we're going to grab this, and how we're going to do this is we're going to grab a red. And we're going to put this, oops, you guys can't see. So we're going to grab this place, pull it all the way down. Oops. Okay, I'm going to use a red so you guys can see it. And I'm going to stretch it so far all the way down here. Just for the shit of it. Okay. About here. Bam. Okay. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is okay. And this is where it's gonna get hard. You should have started off easy teach. I know I should have started off easy, but it is what it is though. Okay. Okay, like that. Or what we can do. Oops. We can do. I feel like that it's more up top. Okay. Damn, these people don't want to learn no art. It's funny because I know they was not really here for the art. It's like that either they're there for the memes or not for the art. I know for the fact. They don't want to learn a thing. It's alright. Alright, so that's where right here is going to be our horizon line. Our horizon line is right there. Half of the, yeah, more than half. I tell you, if I was drawing a dude right now, they wouldn't have stayed. Okay, like that. There we go. Okay. There we go. Would have stayed for the dude. I know you would have. I know you would have. At least I know you and Ari, Bri, oh, maybe Bri, but you and Ari, no, Bri will stay just to monitor, but I think. But you, Ari, Sound would stay. And I think a few others I can't think of right now. Maybe Liv. I don't know. Like this. How are you? I'm doing well. Hope you're doing awesome. What, dude? Let's see. What? Are you seeing what for? Are you seeing what? Right there. So our horizon line is coming from the top. Huh. Yeah, I think it's coming from the top. This is a... But it doesn't feel like 3-point perspective. I feel like this is 1-point perspective for some odd reason. It feels like 1 point. It's weird. If he wouldn't draw him... Oh, if he would have known would have showed up. Thank you for the heart. Yeah, thank you for the heart, Rosalina. Rosaluna. Thank you. Oh, thank you for a team member. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Aw, we got a team member. Yay! I actually have to connect the Discord thing to that, so I'll be doing that tomorrow. I'll have that ready by tomorrow. I'll connect the Discord thing, because you guys can get Discord privileges or something on if you become a team member. So I'll see how that works after the stream, but I don't have time to do it now. I feel like I'm wrong. Am I wrong on this? Let me see. I'm gonna turn this... Ed Sheeran! Get the fuck... I like your music, bro, but Jesus, move out of the way, bro. Thank you for the Galaxy! Oh, that is Bean. Bean! Damn it, Bean! Okay. So, those of you who want to learn perspective, please come with me on TikTok or on Twitch. I'll try to play it through my... I'm gonna play it through my... God damn it, Bean. I'm gonna play it through my speaker. I don't know how it's gonna sound. It's gonna probably sound terrible. But, or unless you guys come here on Twitch, you can hear it better. Let's see. I'm gonna...
We can find ourselves in is that we can watch a teaching video and it makes absolute sense while we're watching it and we can understand it. But when we go from there to what for us is a real life situation, sometimes what seems so obvious in the teaching video is not so easy to apply in real life. And perspective is probably the most confusing subject in drawing streetscapes. 1, 2, and 3-point perspective videos are all over the place on YouTube, which shows what an issue they can be for people. I've got 3 videos myself, 1 on each of them. Hey, if you haven't watched them, I think they're worth a look. But this video is particularly for people who've watched those videos, but still you're not really sure when you
No, draw duck feet. We will. I'll draw some duck feet.
Videos applies to either the scene in front of me that I'm drawing, if at all, or the scene I want to create from my imagination. If I'm copying a scene, either from life or from a reference, then in one sense, I really have to see what I'm looking at and just draw it accurately. I don't really need to understand anything of a theoretical framework. And if I draw accurately, it will look right. But
okay, so let's jump to
my channel, thanks. If you haven't, and all the things that you know help grow a channel, I'd really appreciate that. So we'll start with 1-point perspective. When we talk about 1-point, 2-point, 3-point perspective,
okay,
the point refers to the vanishing point, the number of vanishing points that a certain view of a certain object will create.
Okay, I'm starting from the basics, so if we don't miss... Oops, didn't mean to do that. I'm starting from the basics, so we don't miss anything when doing this. Hold up, I just want to make sure I'm something when I do that. Hey, what the hell? He got that light skin face. Since it is amazing, oh. Since it is amazing, oh. Yeah, there we go. That's a lot better. Hey! Oh, my eyes. My God, my eyes. I gotta get a better camera. Okay. Let's see. Hit it with that light skin. Alright, so the square we're gonna start from small. Maybe we'll start from small. Wait, we're gonna do this from small. So he has a. We all know that there's no definitive. We're not using no pictures right now. We're gonna just use basic stuff. So this is the horizon line. All right, our horizon line is here. Okay, gonna turn it down a little bit so we know where horizon line is without being overwhelmed. And then be there, be square, be there or be square. I know exactly what she means by that. Okay, so God, that's old. I feel old to the fact that I know what she means when she says that. I feel old now. God bless you, Joji. Okay, like there. And usually you can put a point here. And what I've learned from this guy so far is that when, depending on how slanted the object is, the more slanted the object is, the more closer the dot is to the object. Okay? This is 1 point perspective pretty much, when you think of it that way. Okay, it's pretty basic. And you can make a 1 point perspective out of anything. So, like, if I put a square here, let's just say, let's put a square here, right? And I put, like, a dot here. Or we'll use the same dot. Fuck it. There we go. We can take the same line here and be like 1, 2, 1, 2, and then make a line here. Oops. Okay. And then erase this part. Now we got one that's it. That's over the. We have a square that's over the horizon line. Okay, and since it's over the horizon line, under here will be shaded. I'm gonna shade this lightly. Okay. That shaded, and this side will be shaded. Okay. Now, if we went more downwards, say like if we went more downwards, like if we put one here. Oop, I don't want to do that. Okay. Okay. Oops. Draw a building. That's what we're working on. Okay, and then like this. And then like this. And it feels too slanted, so what I'll do is fix it. And what we can do, we don't even have to even draw this like that. We can just get a square. We can get a square. We can actually just use a square to make it easier on ourselves, so we don't have to worry about that part. But, let me see. Square. Say I got a square right there. Okay. Oh wait, that's the other one. I want to. There it is. Square right there. And then what we can do is take our lines. Boom. 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 And then we'll hold shift like that. And then erase from it. Erase this part. erase this part. And then we have our, and since the object is under, it's under the horizon line, we're seeing the top of this part. This is pretty obvious and it's nonsense, but it makes sense. It makes sense. Okay. So that's how one way you can do it. Oops. I don't like how that looks. There you go. So that's one way. That indicates where we're going with this from just one point perspective. So this is how you can go with 1 point perspective. Okay. You can make a whole city, or at least a whole city out of just 1 point perspective. You don't need several perspectives. You can just literally use one by making buildings like this, and then just keep going from that one, and just keep going and going and going and make a whole city out of just 1 point perspective. It's quite possible to do that. It's insane. It's almost like it's like magic, if anything, but if you're really good at it. So
therefore, in 1 point perspective, there is one vanishing point. The other thing we need to understand is that the vanishing point sits on the eye level. And the eye level is the level of our eyes as we're viewing the object, or the level of the camera. So in this case, this is the point where
you've learned how to do
the
it, yeah.
camera was being held. And the reason why it is 1 point perspective is because when we stand front onto an object, or almost front onto an object, then we pretty much...
Now, what you can also do is that a lot of people don't know that you don't have to like draw the square in any way you want. You can draw the square. You can copy and paste every square, and you can still get a different square. So like let me use can I get rid of these? Oh, I want to get rid of these. So if I were to erase this, make a square, right, or make a line square. Make a square here. Okay, it's way too thick. Okay. Okay, make a square here. And then take that square, copy, paste, grab that square. Oop. Grab that same square. God damn it. What the fuck? That's weird. I don't know. That's weird. Why is he saying that? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. That's why. Okay, my bad. I was on the wrong layer. All right, so oops. We grab this. You can put it here. And we can copy, paste again. Just put it virtually anywhere. You can just put it anywhere. Or even, let's just say right here. And let's just say we'll put it about one more place. Because we just really hit home onto this. Grab this and put it up here. Okay. Now we're going to put the dot right. Let's just say here. And let's make it more precise, like just a dot there. All right, now all I have to take is the line. And all I need to do is just literally pull this line towards back here, here, here. Okay. And then all I need to do is grab the shift button oops, grab the shift button like that. Okay. And then erase all this. I should use vector lines. And it'll be probably faster to keep doing that. So I'm going to use vector lines instead. Actually not. No, fuck it. It's going to take too long. Erase that. Erase that. Okay. Okay. One. Actually, let's use a. Yeah, let's use that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay, so bam, 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 bam. And so that it's coming from this one piece of perspective. Okay, so it gives you a sense of what you need to do. Like boom, boom, right, and then one straight line. It always have to be a straight line. Don't ever do this thing where a lot of you will do this thing where you will try to conform to like to this, and then you get this box that looks really slanted and looks strange. No, you're supposed to go straight down as far as possible. Ignore trying doing that, and erase the, because the straighter you go, the easier will go. Okay. Let me pull this again. Oh, am I showing the screen? No. There you go. Sorry about that. And then we'll pull it over here. Put it right here. Bam. Vector lines are easy to do in this situation. I would recommend anyone who's doing perspective, especially if you're drawing buildings or anything like that, use perspective lines that are vectors, because when you erase stuff, it makes life a lot more easier. Oh, great stuff. Okay, so grab it here too. And they kind of like magnetize, so it makes it easier. One, and then start from the crosshair and then straight down. I hold shift and that's it. So erase, erase, bam, 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 and then bam. There we go. We have 4 good boxes that are perfectly fine. That's how you do perspective in 1-point perspective. In a sense. Now this could be this can go several ways. They could look like they're floating. That's one way you can make them float, like they're just boxes under each other. So you can put some depth to this by grabbing some like you can let me see if I can get away with this. Lasso tool. And then you're like bam, bam, bam. You put some shading onto this. Let's just put some shading. I'm saying like it could be like that. You can put shading under them like this to give it more depth, so they look like they're floating. You know what I'm saying? That's a good way to learn how to do shading like that, to really hit home with this. See? They look like they're floating now because I put shading under them. Actually, I could let me see. They even hit home with this even more. The shading's here. I would right here, and then I'll show you that dark. It'll be like bam, bam, boop, boop. Okay. Make sound effects. It makes it easier for students to understand you. So we'll put right here, erase this part and this part. So it looks like this is on top of this. Like you can tell that this is over this. So it gives it more of a depth. I had to make a little Birdhouse is when I learned. Yes, like that's the one way. I think that's the best way to learn is first perspective, and then move on to second, third, fourth. So what we're doing is taking our time and not trying to jump into crazy stuff. If we take our time, we can really master this faster than you think. A lot of people try to jump into the fun stuff, and it's not fun when you jump. It's fun when you try to jump in, but when you don't know what you're doing, you feel lost and you don't want to do it no more. That's what we're trying to ignore. So we're not trying to end up in that situation. I hope you're learning from this, Bri, because I know you asked to learn this way back. I asked you from way back a week ago, so I hope this is helping you as you're learning alongside with me, Bri. If you're still watching or looking at this, let me see. Put the shading right there. So it looks like they're right on top of each other. Yeah. Okay. Good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. You can put more shading. I guess you can put shading here and here. Can kind of work, but it will be not as bad. Like I think what we can do is put like a more lighter version of that, so it feels a little more in depth in that sense. Wait, what? What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Why is that under there? I'll do it this way. There we go. Alright, and then the shading will be lights coming here, so I'll put shading here, and put shading here, and put shading here. And then turn it down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, the light's coming downwards onto them. So I would just turn it down. So there's the perspective based on the light. There's actually a way to actually measure light with perspective lights. I didn't do it properly. I just gave it like some shading to give you a sense where that's going, but it can look better than this, a lot better, but this is good. Now we're going to move on and see what he has to say next, and we'll just apply that next. What the hell? God, I hate, yo, I swear to God, I hate this fucking... bro. Okay, it came back. Okay, good. Good, 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 good.
See the front face of the object without any change, and the angles of the lines at right angles all meet at a certain point on eye level. This is also a one-point perspective, where it's this roadway, which is the object we're directly in front of, but where in effect the fronts of these objects we're still looking at front on without any distortion. All of these objects are in one-point perspective, even though for one of them we're looking directly square on to it. For others, we're looking square on but down, others square on and up, others square on but from the right, or others square on and up and from the left. Because from this viewing point of these objects, there is only one point that all of these lines go back to. One vanishing point. So we need to look out for one-point perspective when we're looking straight on at an object. Here's part of the Kelvin Grove Museum and Gallery in Glasgow. This perspective...
I haven't worn a bra since...
Motherfucker, I don't care about your titties. Does it look like I care about your titties? I'm trying to draw titties, bitch.
On
Move out the
Instagram.
fuck out of the way.
reflects this, in that we're not exactly in front of it, we're slightly to the side, and we can see there is a very slight perspective view
I'm sorry. I'm like canceled these days.
of the side. If we were to stand back a bit and see more of the building, then at some point we would see none of this, and then if we kept moving to the right, we would start to see something similar to this, but on the left-hand side of the front-facing wall.
Oh, well, back that up. Say that again? Sorry, titties was in the screen. I'm sorry, my dude.
In front of it, we're slightly to the side, and we can perspective. when we're looking in a gallery in Glasgow. This perspective reflects this, in that we're not exactly in front of it, we're slightly to the side, and we can see there is a very slight perspective view of the side. If we go back a bit and see more of the building, then at some point we would see none of this, and then if we kept moving to the right, we would start to see something similar to this, but on the left-hand side of the front-facing wall. Here we have the sort of example which relates back to this perspective model, except often with the building, this face is a wall and we can't see inside of it. In this case, because this is an open arcade, we can in fact see these lines, as our theory tells us they're going to be there. So this model is also applicable if we're in an interior space against one wall parallel to the opposite wall.
Okay.
The third example is a good example of how simple theory diagrams actually don't always apply in real life.
Yes, and this is where I think a lot of us. I fell into I fell victim to this just yesterday. The problem with these tutorials is that when you're trying to learn how to do perspective and stuff, the issue with this is that every time when I try to like apply what they teach me, it feels like I'm either not getting. I didn't get what they was talking about because the reference I used was like, for some odd reason, was not clicking with what they was teaching. It was clicking when I was watching, but it was not clicking when I applied it. And this is where I found this guy. I think he's a good he explains pretty well on this situation. So I'm gonna see. We're gonna listen to what he says, and it was this particular part that really caught me because he mentions that what we're looking at is technically, well, it's not really I'll say first perspective. It's more like a second perspective, and the issue is that the level of where the horizon line is kind of like, I won't say off, but like it's one side of the street is higher than the other. So this is where this is coming from. You'll see what I'm talking about. I have to pause and stop because if I have it just playing, I'm gonna get in trouble once I post this back on YouTube. So I have to explain and pause because copyright.
Basically, this is a one-point perspective view. We're in the center looking up a street and we have buildings on both sides who have perspective lines coming down. But this sort of perspective diagram always assumes that the ground is flat. And in this scene, we can see that the ground does slope up more so on the left side than the right side.
Yes, it's sloping up here. You can see it because like I can see that the car is high up over this car right here. By slight, it's like I can see the wheels here and here, so the wheels being on the same plane as this wheels here. But here's lower and over here is higher. It's hard to see, especially for those of you who are on TikTok. You're on an angle, so I can understand why you can't really see all that well. I'm gonna try to turn it to you guys so you guys can see it better as best as I can. I'll try to help you out there. But this is weird because like it's a weird situation.
As well as that, it widens around this building.
And this is where me and Dragon was having a problem. Dragon Snout, me and her was having a problem because the pictures I was using was on a slope, and that was where it was throwing the horizon off every frickin' time.
Which means that these buildings here are not on the same plane. They're not on the same straight line as these buildings here. This line here is not dead straight. Further at the end of the street, as the street turns around, that again distorts this line and this line being straight.
Wait, what
However,
distorts?
with buildings here, this line here is not dead straight. Further at the end of the street, as the street turns around, that again distorts this line and this line being straight.
Okay.
However, with this building here, where we're looking almost front onto it, it's a bit like this. We have the front-on face, which has minimal distortion, and we see something of the perspective of the side. And that same principle applies for the whole block. On this side of the street, after this point, the buildings veer around to the right, make room for this road here around the building, and we don't see them anymore. So one really important thing to realize when we're trying to go from small theory diagrams to real life is that these are based on flat ground and that they're based on rows of buildings in a straight line where the road is the same width the whole way up. And so when roads widen or come in to turn a corner or a bend, that means that these perspective lines don't apply. This perspective line isn't applying to these buildings a bit further along, which isn't applying to the buildings. It is not just one line that we can trace down through all the windows from here to here. It's not just that the windows are at different levels, but the angles actually change. So if I'm on location drawing this, I know that this sort of effect is happening, but because I can see
Wait, whoa.
don't apply. This when roads widen or come in to turn a corner or a bend, that means that these perspective lines don't apply. This perspective line isn't applying to these buildings a bit further along, which isn't applying to the buildings. It is not just one line that we can trace down through all the windows from here to here. It's not just that the windows are at different levels, but the angles actually change. So if I'm on location drawing this, I know that this sort of effect is happening, but because I can see the ground is not even and this street frontage is not 180 degrees, but weaves in and out, I know that it's not going to be as simple as this, and I will need to observe these points carefully. And if I try to draw this as if it were that, I'll get into endless trouble because I like
So that's where I think that's where I was having that same problem yesterday. The difference is that the picture wasn't curving. This curves. This is actually slowly curving into another street. It's curving to another street, so it's not a straight line. This is where like I said, these these examples are like a idiot's way to how to do perspective in the most perfect situation type the perfect situation, like the perfect situation where you're in like a flat ground situation, when that's not really the case of most situations. It's very uneven. So this is where I think a lot of people fall flat, and this is where I fall flat yesterday, because I noticed that I was picking pictures that was not totally even playing field based on platform. I just picked them not thinking of the slope, not thinking of if it's even like uh even on the plane of where it's standing or what the case may be, and then everything else was coming into a fruition of if this is the right horizon line, or I'm on the right horizon line, or why is there several points on different horizon lines.
they have too much or not enough space to put the details into. Now we'll look at 2-point perspective.
There's one simple hearing hack anyone can use to improve their hearing almost overnight.
Stop listening. Stop using AirPods. Stop it.
Perspective is probably the perspective most people are thinking of when they hear
Go crazy.
the phrase perspective. It's where we have two vanishing points on our eye level. And we get 2-point perspective when we're not standing front on looking at an object, but we're standing looking at it from an angle. And so each side has its own vanishing point. In its simplest form, it's a box. So here we have a building.
So what we can do with this situation is that we can, oops, didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Now we are going to put this away. What am I doing? We're gonna put this away. I'll put this in a folder. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, good. And then what we're gonna do is, I guess we'll make a square real quick. I'll make a perfect square. Like 1, and then make sure it's 1, and then let's just say 2, and then 3, and then That. Now this looks kind of ridiculous the way this is looking, but okay. So what I can do is let's just say the things over here, down here, here. Okay, and then here, straight down, here, and then there. Okay. Now I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. As you can see, 2-point perspective easy. Wasn't that hard to do, but it was a little annoying because how this works is that to make this look less distorted is that if I made it longer, let's just say I did it longer. Say like for instance, I did the same thing here, right? And then I put it all the way over here. Here, and then straight down. And like this. And like this. And bam, and then bam. Bam, 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 boom, boom. Oop. Wait. Womp. There we go. There we go. And now let's just now if I wanted to make, let's just say make this even look more even, what I can do is grab the ends here, go to the edges here. Okay. Actually, better yet, I'll use a different layer just for the fuck of it. This here, like that, to make this more equal. To always find the equalness of a, to make anything equal based on a square. You put this and then like that. Okay. And then you pull this. Oops. Like that. Oops. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is grab this again. Like this. Like this. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Now, what I did here was to make it easier on me to make a door, or at least make a door, make a window. And how this works is that you cut this part in half. Let me try this better. Okay. And then what we'll do is erase this part. And then what we'll do is cut this in half. Bam. Bam. Right. because it should. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think this is off by a little bit, but let's just say we did fine. Like here. Really? Right. Erase this part, and then erase in here. Do it again. When you do this, this is to make it easier for you to make windows or doors or a case may be. We're not really making window or door, but this is the same method. It's the same method every time. This is how you keep things equal as best as you can. I can tell that I did a little bit of a hard, I didn't do well with the corners. So over here it seems a little bit off, but let's just stick to what we're doing right here. You get the overall idea because it should line up with this, but I did it wrong. But we're just doing it because we need to learn how to do this properly. Okay. And then what we'll do is cut this in half again. Oops, I keep doing that. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. And then just do the last one. It's pretty much the same. Or sometimes you can do this thing where, if I remember right, there was another method of doing this, but I'm not gonna do it right now. Just do this one and just call it night. The next one. It'll take too long to get to that other one. And same thing, same forth, and so forth and so forth. And it's going to be the same thing. And that will help you make windows and doors and stuff. I'm not making a window or a house right now because we're just getting the overall idea perspective. So that's something I did. For 2-point perspective. It's not perfect, but we'll apply this more as we go. Okay.
And we're looking at it at an angle. And we're standing pretty much straight onto this side. And because this is a right angle street, hidden a little bit by the fact that goes uphill on the left here, we're facing these side walls at pretty much the same angle. And because of that,
Wait, say again?
Hidden a little much. And we're looking at it at an angle. And we're standing pretty much straight onto this side. And because this is a right angle street, hidden a little bit by the fact that goes uphill on the left here, we're facing these side walls at pretty much the same angle. And because of that, the perspective angles are very similar. However, if my example is more like this diagram, where one wall is moving away from us more than the other, it will have a greater angle here and here than on the side where we're a little closer to being front on. So here's an example of that. Here we have the corner.
Okay.
And we can see actually more easily here than in the diagram that this wall is moving away from us as we go along the wall at a much faster rate than this wall, which even though it does still move further away from us as you move along, it doesn't move as far. And therefore this angle is a steeper angle than that one. And the same applies at the lower end. This angle is not as steep as this one. This is a really important concept to get, because if when we're drawing we make this angle or this angle too steep, in effect we push the building
further
away
at
from us
us, yes.
more quickly and is in real life.
So
Of course, buildings
so
don't
if
have
I'm getting what he's saying is that um if we put the drawing, if we made a drawing, right, too close because we can see the corner like this, what's going to happen is that we're going to have, okay, we're going to have, oop, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have too much of distortion, and it's going to push it out at us, and it's going to look really, really, really weird. If that's what I think, that's what he's applying to, and that's what you're trying to avoid. I always heard that the further away the vanishing point is, the more natural looking the drawing will be. The more closer the VP, which is the vanishing point, the more likely it's going to distort. If they're too close, I'm saying, if these two things are too close, it's going to distort like crazy. But if they're really, really far away from each other, it'll make it look much more natural looking. But always remember that the more you see of the slant, the more it's going to distort.
to be a box. Many buildings are in effect a series of boxes attached to each other in various ways. But we still have our principle that all the vertical lines at their corners go back to one of two vanishing points on eye level. This building is a good example of that. Off to the right, the angles of perspective are quite shallow because we're more front on to this long side. Off to the left, the angles are steeper because this side of the building is sloping away at a steeper angle than this side.
Yes.
And of course, this wall and this wall and this wall all line up with the vanishing point for this wall. One important point to note is that in these three examples,
Wait, what?
The building much shallow is a good example of that. Off to the right, the angles of perspective are quite shallow because we're more front on to this long side. Off to the left, the angles are steeper because this side of the building is sloping away at a steeper angle than this side.
Okay.
And of course, this wall and this wall and this wall all line up with the vanishing point for this wall. One important point to note is that in these three examples, eye level is quite low. Here, because this ground is flat, eye level is actually the eye level of the people. So eye level is relatively very close to the bottom of the building. Eye level is here in this example. That may look too low for the building, but what that means is that I was standing on a lower level than the base of this building. Eye level is where horizontal lines appear straight, regardless of which side or part of a building they're on. Eye level is low down. It is disguised a bit so by the fact that this is a sloping street. But I have a video that's particularly to do with perspective on uphill sloping streets. So we'll finish 2-point perspective by looking at this example where eye level is very high in the building. In fact, eye level is about here, and it can be this high because I was in an upper floor of the Louvre taking this photo through a window. And this is also a good example of how if we're more front on in 2-point perspective, the angle is shallow. If a side of a building slopes away from us more steeply, then the perspective angles will be greater.
Wait.
Front on in 2-point perspective, the angle is shallow. If a side of a building slopes away from us more steeply, then the perspective angles will be greater. In this case,
okay.
this is also, and it can be this high because I was in an upper floor of the Louvre taking this photo through a window. And this is also a good example of how if we're more front on in 2-point perspective, the angle is shallow. If a side of a building slopes away from us more steeply, then the perspective angles will be greater. In this case, almost all the perspective angles are under eye level, but the rules still apply. Again, with 2-point perspective, it's based on the assumption that the streets are straight, that the buildings all line up on the same level, and that the ground is consistently flat. Finally, we'll look at possibly the trickiest of all, and that's three-point perspective. And there's a few things to consider with that. This is probably the most typical three-point perspective image that we see. Here we have a spire of a church. In three-point perspective, we have our normal two-point perspective.
It's too high. It's too
And we
low.
have one vanishing point off to the left, one vanishing point off to the right. But we can see from the shape of the spire that there's another vanishing point above. Although the center line is straight, the side lines angle up, and that if you were to continue them, they would meet at some point, and that's the third vanishing point. And while we have an eye level on the horizontal plane, which is actually below the level of this photo, we also have a vertical eye level, and it's on this line that our vertical perspective lines will meet. Just as horizontal eye level is at the level of my eyes as I stand looking at something, vertical eye level is directly in front of my eyes. But we do need to be careful with photo references, because if they've been cropped, then a part of a photo that possibly was on the left-hand side may not have any true verticals in it.
That was a strange pause.
Because the part of this scene that had the vertical has been cropped out. Here is a view of the same tower, but from further back, and so the vertical perspective isn't really apparent. That's the other point about vertical perspective. We get it with something very tall when we are very close to it. And so it has a sense of looking up or looking down. The taller it is, the further away we can be and still have a sense of this angling to a point. Here's a simpler view where we're looking straight onto the building. We're not looking at it at an angle as in our spire example. The vertical eye level is our one true vertical line, and the perspective lines, as they move away from it, angle more and more in exactly the same way as they do in two-point perspective on one side, where we have eye level. As the perspective lines move further away above and below eye level, the angle increases. The other thing just to notice quickly is that just as we have foreshortening in perspective, which is the visual compression of what we're seeing as it moves further away from us, exactly the same thing happens on the vertical. Vertical perspective foreshortening means that as we look up a skyscraper, windows that are all the same size appear compressed as they get further away. Vertical perspective happens on buildings as we look up, but we also see it on buildings if we're up high looking down. As in the case in this Sydney skyscraper. And remember, we see this effect when we're relatively close and low down to a tall structure. If we move higher up and further away, then our perspective vertical lines become vertical again. Vertical perspective happens inside a building as well as outside.
The man with the troublesome hemorrhoid enters the room.
I don't care.
So if we're drawing this effect, we need to make sure we angle our lines increasingly. But we also get this effect when we're looking down in an internal space as well. Exactly the same as with an exterior view in three-point perspective. And so we have our one point of perspective down here. We have one
Oh
point
my
coming off
God,
to the
what
left,
is
and
wrong with me?
another point coming off to our right. Sometimes we're very high looking down, and so horizontal eye level is actually above everything in our view. But it's the same principle. We find the vertical eye level,
Okay.
and on that line, our third point perspective will meet. And of course, we can see that our first and second point perspective lines will meet on horizontal eye level, in this case, quite some distance to the right. Invariably, if we use a camera to take a photo, the camera exaggerates the vertical perspective angles. And so we see this leaning in towards the center in situations where in real life we wouldn't see it. And if I want to draw this scene, get the choice of actually drawing this lens distortion, or I can choose to draw it, making all of these lines vertical to reflect what I actually see if I'm looking in the street. And that's what I chose to do with this scene. I straightened all the lines because I decided I didn't want a distortion in my drawing that I wouldn't have seen, at least in some way, in real life. And so this is 3-point perspective. 1 and 2 points off to the left and right, and then a third point either going downwards or upwards, depending whether we're looking down or whether we're looking up.
Okay.
Usually happening when the object is very tall or goes down a long way and we're quite close to it. I hope this has helped you to understand the differences between 1, 2 and 3-point perspective, that it will make it easier to see what's in front of us if we're drawing from life or from a photo, or to know what we're trying to create and the best way to get a realistic appearance if we're trying to draw from our imagination. Hope it's been videos talking about
Okay.
eye level and perspective often involve diagrams such as this one. While these are very accurate, it sometimes can be more difficult to apply this framework to real life scenes. So in this video, we're going to look at a number of very different photographs and consider where eye level is and consider what implications that has for the perspective of that scene. This is a very typical sort of scene used to describe eye level. Part of its value is pointing out that eye level is just that. It's eye level. But it's not particularly the eye level of the people in the scene. It's the eye level of the person looking at the scene, or the level of the camera that took the photo. Eye level can be a little bit misleading if we think it means the eye level of the people in the scene.
Okay.
But if the photographer is standing on the same level as the people in the scene, eye level will in fact line up with the eye level of the people there. It's important to find eye level because we know that the perspective lines angle down and meet on the eye level. And if we just take two lines, we can see that they meet on the eye level. Eye level is often called the horizon, but I find that misleading because it doesn't necessarily line up with the actual horizon on the picture. So how do we find eye level when we look at a scene?
Okay.
Do you own your home in Pennsylvania?
No,
Rent.
bitch. No, get the fuck off my screen. Okay.
Particularly one where the people's heads don't all line up. What I like to do is I find two perspective lines that clearly angle in opposite directions. So here I have a perspective line on the top of the roofs, and we'll use the perspective line of the gutter, and we can see that they cross there, and that should give me a good indication.
Whoa. Wait, what? Wait, what? What are you lining that up with?
I have a perspective line on the top of the roofs, and we'll use the perspective line of the gutter.
Where? Bro, what the fuck? Whoa.
And we can see that they cross.
Wait, where is the gutter? What are you looking at, my dude? Must be those Australian eyes. I can't, I'm seeing something, my American doodoo brain don't work. I don't know. It's just... What the Bro, I don't know what the hell.
Directions. So here I have a perspective line on the top of the roofs, and we'll use the perspective line of the gutter, and we can see that they cross there, and that should give me a good indication as to where eye level is. Now that I look at the lines, the perspective lines where the angles aren't as extreme, I can see, in fact, this line does slightly angle up towards the eye level, and this line above it angles down towards eye level. So this is the eye level. Now, why is
what angle are you looking at?
This line above it angles down towards eye level. So this is the eye level. Now, why is eye level so high in the street in this scene? It's because I was standing on the steps of the Madeline Church, very high off the ground, and so my eye level is much higher than the eye level of all the people. And that's also why their heads don't line up, because I'm not on the same level as they are. I'm looking over the top of them. There are no people here to indicate where eye level might be.
Well, this is okay, this is 3-point perspective. If I have to guess, the horizon line is at the bottom. Probably not the pure bottom, but it's at the bottom.
And of course, we don't know.
Because remember, if we're looking up, the horizon's down. If we're looking down, the horizon's up. All right, is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. If we're looking up at the object like this building here, then a horizon line should be at the bottom. If we're looking directly down on the subject, I think I think it's up.
Whether the photographer was standing on something when they took this photo.
I don't know exactly where the horizon is, but I know it's somewhere down here. It has to be down here because it'll be too high for the lines. If we're using the line to go down, that's all it can do, because anything that's at the very top and you're putting the lines to see where it lines up, it's going to slope down. So any object that's at the top, if we're looking from a bottom up angle, anything at top will be pointing down. Anything at the bottom when we're looking up will be trying to point up, or they're going to be straight. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be going up a straight line, going upwards.
See where we have a true horizontal line amidst all the angled perspective lines, because clearly the lines go in this direction on the left side of the building and they angle the other way on the right side of the building. So where do we find a horizontal line? And this is quite straightforward because there are so many lines on the lower part of the building, and clearly eye level is going to be somewhere between this line and that line, where the angled perspective lines meet in a straight line is about here. And then
I knew it.
Check I like to do is to think I can visualize a person standing here, and that's about level where their head is.
Okay, I was right.
That makes sense in terms of the scale of what I'm seeing as well. And so having worked out eye level, it's quite clear with the other perspective.
Yep, I was right. Anything that's at the top will okay, I'm paying attention. Anything at the top when looking from a down-up perspective will be pointing down. Anything from the bottom when looking from a down-up perspective will be pointing up.
Lines. I like to position a few key perspective lines carefully, and then I know that all the lines in between have to fit their angle between those two angles, and that works on both sides of the vertical axis. And of course, below eye level, it's the same, but in this case, there aren't as many lines. But what happens if we're not at street level when we're taking our photo? So here we have another Paris street scene, and the question is, where is eye level going to be? Have a look at some obvious perspective angles, and if they're quite clear, they will help us plot where eye level will be. And so we see it's going to be somewhere about here. But then more important is to accurately line it up with the detail that we see in the subject matter. I can see that this line angles down and this line angles up, so it's somewhere in between. And what this shows is that in fact I was on the first floor. It's the floor above the ground floor. This is the spot where I'm level with in my building. So this is my eye level. This eye level is the eye level for everything that we see in this scene. Not just this building, because it's the eye level for everything we're looking at. And if we want to look at this building behind, its perspective lines are not the same as this building's because it's on a different plane. It's not in the same straight line as this building. It's angled differently. So its perspective lines are different, but they will still meet on this eye level, but they will meet a long way off to the left-hand side. Sometimes...
So what I'm thinking he's saying is that because, just the layman's terms, because this horizon line, the yellow horizon line is here, whether it's in this front building or back building, in this particular scene and only this scene alone, that we found the horizon line, everything's going to refer back to this horizon line. So even if it's not directly pointing down on this horizon line, it's still going to be on this line, because anything that doesn't seem like it's slanting will make a longer vanishing point. So the longer the longer the vanishing point, the more likely that what we're looking at is not totally slanted. It's totally like in front of us. And because of this, the two lines that's like here and here, like the bottom and top of the building, not completely the building, but within the building and at the bottom of the building, it's going to go off the canvas. And as it goes off the canvas, the more it goes off, the more they're going to become congruent with, I think congruent with, they're going to cross each other. Once they cross each other, that's the horizon line. And given that, because this building in the back is a lot flatter than this building on the side that's literally tilting, what's going to happen is that the lines are going to go so far off the canvas, but once they start reaching off the canvas and going more further in, they're going to eventually cross, and it's still going to fall on this yellow line off the page. So that's something to keep in mind.
Eye level, but they will meet a long way off to the left-hand side. Sometimes our viewpoint is from higher up. Here we have a scene in Montmartre in Paris.
That's great work, Beth.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
When your family actually wears this.
Oh my god, they're making me watch this. I'm watching two Asian people, like, clean their children. I don't want to look at this. Oh no, is this douchebag? I don't want to see you play music. Do I look like Charlie Puth to you? Thank you.
And again, the question is, where is eye level? Where is there the horizontal line? Obviously, up here, the lines are angling down, the perspective lines, and down here.
I'm sorry, when I want something, I get very aggressive.
Here, the perspective lines are angling up. So it's going to be somewhere fairly
I want
high
to
in
learn.
my picture frame this time.
That's all I want.
It's going to be about here. From this viewpoint, eye level in the picture is really quite high in my scene. But again, I see that the perspective rules apply, and in fact, the perspective angles do meet on the eye level. And the same is true for the buildings on the left-hand side. If I take one of my lowest perspective angles and I take one of my upper perspective
Holy shit.
angles, I can see that they meet on eye level. So by establishing the eye level before we start to draw our scene, it gives us a check as to where our perspective lines need to angle to.
So just to be clear, if you're ever doing anything like this, the first thing you need to do before you make your scene is you have to find the horizon line. If the horizon line is not in place, therefore you're going to have a hard time. Once you find that and have an inclination where it is, that's where everything starts falling into place. From that point on, once you have this, it's going to be a lot easier to draw everything. From that point, it's just a test of attrition, putting every line towards whatever vanishing point you put it. So you can have many vanishing points, but as long as they're on the same horizon, that makes all the difference.
Ironically, it's most useful for the perspective line that have the least angles. For the ones in this area, it can be harder to get the lines in the right position where they actually change direction from angling up to angling down. Here we are looking up the tower in the British Houses of Parliament. Where is eye level here? We can look at the angles on this front side of the building, and although the perspective angles are decreasing, when we get down to the lowest position, there is still a definite slope there. It's not a horizontal line. And on the right-hand side of the building, that's even more so the case. So what does this mean? Where do we put our eye level then?
Well, we can't.
Well, in this situation,
We can't because it's probably off the. It's not only off the if I'm based on what I'm learning here. If my theory is correct, based on his explanation, we can't find the horizon line because the horizon line is probably at the far bottom, and because it's at the far bottom, we can't see it. I'm pretty sure it's at the bottom. It's not the top. It's at the far bottom, and we cannot see it because it's off the canvas.
we can't place it because the eye level is actually lower than what we're drawing. So we must
There we go.
force eye level and imagine that it has to be somewhere.
There we go. See, your teacher's paying attention. I'm not smart. It's just I'm pretty sure you guys figure that out yourselves.
Another view, looking from the dome of St.
I just want to feel smart.
Paul's Cathedral in London, between and over the tops of the two towers. Where is eye level here? Where is the point where the perspective?
Okay, now this one's gonna be hard because like we're at very top. We're literally on top of these things. And if I had to guess, the horizon line should be at the top, but the way it's looking, it should be at the. It feels like it's at the bottom. This is a weird one.
Lines converge. This is tricky because although there is some here, these lines are all curved and this street's curved, and so there aren't any easy straight points to put.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
Put things. We have some horizontal lines here, but they're clearly not eye level because there's two of them. There's no perspective lines.
Where are these horizon? What are you looking at, my guy?
That lead to them. This is actually the sort of scene.
Wait, what are you looking at? Where is it?
Clearly to put things. We have some horizontal
Oh, you're talking about. Oh,
lines here, but they.
I'm stupid. I was looking right in the middle here. He meant the railings.
Clearly not eye level because there's two of them. There's no perspective lines that lead to them. This is actually the sort of scenes to consider a vertical eye level, where we have a true vertical line. See, if we look at all of these lines here, we can see that they angle quite significantly. However, they angle in different directions on each side of the center of our scene. And they angle greater and greater and greater the further away from the center. What that means is there is a place in the center of our scene where there is an actual vertical line. And that's the line directly in front of where the photographer was standing. Vertical perspective works the same way as horizontal perspective.
Excuse me?
That if you get some of the perspective lines and continue them, they will meet on the vertical.
Hey, you ever seen a wealthy person or wealthy family?
No! Get the fuck off the screen! Fuck, I'm poor for a reason.
Above the section that we're seeing. And also because I was up very high, it's going to be more level with the actual horizon. So sometimes we can't work out.
Fucking douchebag.
The horizontal eye level.
I'll go back listen to this guy.
Them, they will meet, and that's the line directly in front of where the photographer was standing. Vertical perspective works the same way as horizontal perspective. That if you get some of the perspective lines and continue them, they will meet.
I know, right? These ads, I swear, bro, I don't know. It's trying to stop us from unlocking the secrets. That's why, bro, we're in the chamber of secrets, and they keep sending these ring raves after us. If that's what they call them. Ring raves? It's not ring raves. No, that's fucking Lord of the Rings. I'm getting that tied up.
On the vertical eye level. In this case, it's clearly
the ads of the ring raves.
Above the section that we're seeing. And also because I was up very high, it's going to be more level with the actual horizon. So sometimes we can't work out the horizontal eye level because it's so high that it's out of sight. Another situation.
Wait, so whoa, holy shit. Okay, so what I'm getting from this is that okay, we can't get the angle we can't get the angle because all the lines are going in a direction that is all vertical pretty much because we're at the very top, so there's no real horizon, I guess. So what's happening is that the vertical lines, once the vertical lines mesh together vertically, that's where our horizon line will meet. So once these two, let's just say this green and this, or these two reds, let's say these two red lines smash together, that's where the line will be for this scene. I never thought of that. I always would focus on the horizon line. So that's different. I have never seen this before. Okay, that's something that, I guess that's like something in the arsenal just in case if you can't find the horizon line, if there's no horizon line in this particular scene. Because that was hard, because how could you... Because we're at the very, very top of it. We're literally over this bitch. So, like, that's why I don't understand.
Put things. We have some horizontal lines here, but they're clearly not eye level because there's two of them. There's no perspective lines that lead to them. This is actually the sort of scenes to consider a vertical line.
Because what he's saying is that if you put a horizon line here and a horizon line here, those are two literal horizon lines by themselves. You're not supposed to have two. You're supposed to have one. So that makes things confusing. I think that's what he's saying. So you can't have two horizon lines. I don't think that's possible. I think you need one definitive horizon line. So what he's saying is that, and because there are two horizons in that sense based on those lines, they'll never meet. And that's where the problem is, that they'll never meet. They're never slanting it to meet into one particular place. So I think he's saying that because that's the case, everything is vertical and they're about to mesh. So once they mesh together, that's where a horizon line will be based on the vertical lines. That's something in opposite I never seen before. That's new.
We have a true vertical line.
I never knew that.
See, if we on each side of the center of our scene, and they angle greater and greater and greater the further away from the center. What that means is there is a place in the center of our scene where there is an actual vertical line, and that's the line directly in front of where the photographer was standing. Vertical perspective works the same way as horizontal perspective, that if you get some of the perspective lines and continue them, they will meet on the vertical eye level. In this case, it's clearly above the section that we're seeing. And also because I was up very high,
Oh my
it's
God.
going to be
I'm gonna hold you,
more
bitch.
level
You keep
with the
doing
actual
this.
horizon. So sometimes we can't work out the horizontal eye level because it's so high that it's out of sight. Another situation to consider is when we have circular lines surrounding us.
Oh my
Now,
God,
you
thank
see
you.
these circular lines that help define the circular shape of the dome,
Okay.
and then these circular sweeps that help define the circular space that's beneath the dome. But the thing I want to point out is that at the top of our scene, the lines are sloping in this direction, and the bottom of our scene, the curves are actually curving in the opposite direction. But that the further down you move, they curve less and less and less, and the further up you move, they curve less, until finally we have a straight line. We have our eye level. We can see that our eye level is going to be about here. This is the spot where the curves actually flatten out.
Oh, okay. So what he's saying is this. If I were to take an egg, let's just say we take an egg. Fuck. Let's get an egg. Say this egg is here. Say this is an egg. Right. Let's say this is an egg. And this is where this is the good thing I do ellipse lines. This makes this easier. What's happening is that as we go, it goes like 1. And let's use a different color. It goes 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then that's where the problem. That's right here. Okay, so it doesn't just keep curving. It only curves. It curves more the more further away it is from here. Once it gets in this particular area, it doesn't curve. It just ends up straightening itself out, and then it starts curving again once it goes away from it. So whether it's going towards it or away from it, once it goes away from it, any which way, once it gets back into the middle, that's a horizon line. It is very much interesting. Thank you. So like that's what I'm thinking, that's what he's breaking down for us. That the idea that it curves, and then once it gets to the middle, the horizon line straightens it out, and then once it starts curving again. That's how we know where our horizon line when it comes to curving objects. I think that's what he's trying to say.
The curves that come down from this direction, from above, the curves that come up from this direction, from below, this is where they meet in a straight line. And again, you can see that this is the level
We're
I'm
learning
standing
perspective.
on when I take this right here over on the left-hand side. And so
It's
that's
quite
my
boring.
eye
You don't
level.
have to
And
listen
so
to
if
this.
we remember that in vertical perspective, curves become rounder the further they move away from eye level. We can see that operating here.
So, like I was right. The further away it is, it curves. It curves more. It gets more out of pocket the further away it is. I'm not doing this right. It's like more. It's more like that. That's what it is. Okay, that's what I'm assuming, and then that's how you know. It's a lot like what I taught you guys earlier when we was doing the gesture drawing with it's like this. So like as long as we're curving because it's the horizon is up somewhere at I'll say at the top. And that's why I can keep curving the way it is, because if we're looking down of the individual, the horizon's at the top. If we're looking from bottom to the individual, the horizon's at the bottom. So the horizon's at the bottom here. Maybe even further down. So that's why once we get to the kneecaps, it starts literally straightening itself out. And then when we go further under the kneecaps, it starts curving again. That's where I think what's happening. All right. All right. I think that makes sense as far as I see it. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Those of you who might see this on YouTube, you didn't see that part.
As these rounded curved shapes move further away upwards from eye level, the curves become rounder and rounder and fuller. And the same way as the curves move down away from eye level,
It
they
curves
become
again.
rounder and rounder, but in the
Okay.
opposite direction.
Okay.
Here's another interior scene with circular boundaries around it. This is Napoleon's tomb. What we can see is we have these circular shapes
Shit, I didn't know Napoleon had a tomb. Holy shit.
here. And we can see that as the circular shapes get higher and higher, they become less and less round. And when we're down the bottom, they're very round. Much rounder down here than they are up here. So where is eye level? Think back to our principle that with circular lines, with perspective, they flatten, they become straighter.
Yeah, I didn't know he had a tomb.
Towards
Jesus
eye
Christ.
Level. Eye level clearly has to be somewhere at the
Not
top.
gonna lie, that tomb's look too big for the dude. And I know he's like, what? 4'11"? I think he's like 4'11" or some shit. That look too big.
Top. And we can see there are people here on the other side of a wall. Clearly, I'm standing on the opposite side of this circular space. So in fact, because I'm on the same level that they are on, my eye level is going to be approximately their eye level. So the eye level is going to be around here. Then when we draw...
Yes, because we're looking down on them. So if we're looking down, the horizon line is at the top. So by default, even though this is his particular eye line, because he's at the balcony, if he's taking the picture from here, it's going to be here because this is his eye line, but technically this is the highest based on down here. So it makes total sense.
We can appreciate that every curve that moves away from eye level has to get slightly rounder. Here we have an interesting interior scene. We can appreciate
so like okay, so like as it like it's perfect because the circle, this circle or any circle here at this point keeps curving. It just ultimately curves, and as it curves, it starts widening. And as it widening, I can't talk today. As it widens, once we start getting to the literal we call it the eye line, it straightens out for that second where he's standing, and then anywhere higher than that, it just curves back in the opposite direction. Okay, I think I'm getting this.
Their eye level. So the eye level is going to be around here. Then when we draw, we can appreciate that every curve that moves away from eye level has to get slightly rounder. Here we have an interesting interior scene in the Vienna
Oh, this one
Opera
looks
House.
hard.
Now, all
Jesus
the
Christ, it
principles
looks
of
hard.
perspective apply just as readily for interior scenes as they do for exterior things. It's important to know where the eye level is so we know where our lines are all angling to. Again, it's quite clear that the perspective lines lower down are very steep.
So I'm guessing that the horizon line is somewhere up here. Because if he's here and taking a picture and these people are here, I'm pretty sure it's somewhere up here. If I'm correct. I could be fucking wrong, but
And they become less as they get up. So the eye level is going to be somewhere higher up. And just sometimes by looking at a scene, we get a sense of, oh, okay, the photographer was standing in one of these balconies on the other side of the atrium space. I'm standing where this figure here is standing, but on the opposite wall. And so eye level is going to be about here.
Yay!
Here we have the true horizontal.
I got it.
And so if we look at some of the perspective lines, we can see that, yes, in fact, beneath this line, they angle down. Although they're not going to meet on our vanishing point anywhere near camera range, they're going to be quite
They're gonna be off the canvas. Yeah, they're gonna be off the canvas. So, like I said, anything at the bottom will be going up. Anything bottom wise will go up. Anything top wise, I'm pretty sure it'll be going downward. So anything from here, say we're saying that the line of like this particular part. Those of you who don't know, can't see my hand on Twitch and YouTube or whatever case it be. It's gonna go straight down. Anything over the horizon line will be going downwards. Anything that's under the horizon line will be going upwards. So that's how it works. So even if we're looking down on something, those things will be going up. Anything over our head, as in the horizon line, will be going down. And then they will cross together. So if this was going down here and this was going about here, it will eventually meet and then it'll be right back here. Like I said, some lines will take longer to reach the horizon line, but it will meet this horizon line just off the canvas into the horizon line based on how far it is. So sometimes it can be really, really far off in the distance, but eventually we'll hit this line. But if it becomes too straight to the point that it's rivaling that of the horizon line, it won't work because it won't meet this horizon line. Okay.
But we can also see though that our upper perspective lines angle the opposite direction to the same point on our eye level. And so it's just as important with an interior scene, whether it's multi-story or whether it's a single room, to work out where eye level is. Hi, I'm Stephen Travers. I found it really helpful to make one of the first things I do in my own drawing practice when I look at a reference photo is to establish where the eye level is. Because having done that, it helps me get a sense of where all the perspective angles are going to be, which way they're going to go, and how steep or limited they're going to be. And also where that nice true horizontal or sometimes vertical line is going to be in my drawing. So why not give it a go?
Okay.
There's one simple
Hi, Liv. Hello, Liv.
hearing hack anyone can use to improve their hearing almost overnight. If you
Stop playing crazy ass J-pop music in your fucking ear. You'll be fine. Okay, that's kind of harsh. And plus, it's probably they're talking about tinnitus or whatever it's called.
Second recap on perspective.
Hello, Liv. Did you enjoy the prob? Yeah, did you enjoy the prob? Like what Bryce said?
That is, the important thing with buildings is eye level. Eye level
Yay.
is the level of eyes of the person
So you got dance. You
observing
got the
scene,
dance.
or of the camera if it's a photo. And in this case, we're assuming that this ground is flat. So therefore, the eye level of the photographer or the camera is level with the eye level of people standing in the scene. So this is the eye level. Eye level is also important because all the perspective angles for a building on level ground meet on the eye level.
Okay.
So for instance, you'll have to take my word for it that if we draw all these lines out to where they meet and we continue eye level across, they will hit the same point on the eye level. And if
Okay,
we
wait,
look
I
at
explained this last
the
time.
right-hand side,
Ate so
in
much
fact, it's much
food,
easier to
dance
see
with my
that they
buddies.
do
That's
meet
cool.
at the same point. The other thing
I'm so
about eye
glad for
level
you.
is that if there are any horizontal lines or alignments, such as the tops of windows, at that point, they give us a straight line, regardless of which wall they were on. So if we had windows actually at the eye level point, the tops of the windows would all be apparently in a straight line from this view. And it's important to remember how perspective at eye level works on flat ground. When we look at buildings that are on ground that is sloping upwards.
Yeah, but
particularly if it's-
yeah, that we need to focus on that, because doing anything that's on flat level is easy because it's flat, so you don't have to worry about it distorting or the only thing you need to worry about is you distorting based on your. Oh, actually, you don't have to worry about that. As long as you can find the horizon line and it's flat, oh god, it's easy to deal with. But when it's doing some uphill shit, oh god, it is a headache.
sloping upwards steeply. But let's have a look
Got
at
so
that.
many
Here's a quick
compliments and
sketch I
basically
did of
felt
an
pretty
actual
for
drawing
once.
I came across.
Aw.
And I chose it because it really
Aw.
has all of the
Well, I'm
problems
glad.
that I often
Oh,
see.
hold on.
with
Oh, I'm glad that you enjoyed yourself. Living, got a lot of compliments. I'm happy for you, hon. Keep doing your thing. It's really cool. I'm good for you. Be happy and enjoy your youth. So you don't have to sit here and learn perspective at 28.
buildings that are on streets where the side street goes upwards fairly steeply. And yet, the general principles of perspective are still going to be the same. So how should they work here? Well, again, the important thing is to get eye level. And eye level is the point where we basically have a horizontal line. Now, there are no people here. Even if they were, we couldn't be sure that camera isn't higher or lower than their eye level. So what we're looking for is where is there the horizontal line? And we can see here that that line is not quite horizontal, but
Bry.
that line is obviously not. So it's going to be closer to that line. So eye level is going to be about here. And we can already see a problem because we can see that if someone's head, was there, then this doorway is too high and narrow. So already there's this problem with the scale.
Wait, whoa,
Line,
hold the
and
fuck
we can
up.
see here that that line is not quite horizontal, but it's that line is obviously not. So it's going to be closer to that line. So eye level is going to be about here. And we can already see a problem because we can see that if someone's head, was there, then this doorway is too high and narrow. So already there's this problem with the scale. The other thing we know about eye level is that the perspective lines should all meet on it. Now remember, all of these lines are meant to connect at the same point on eye level.
Okay.
And we can see that while these two perspective lines will probably meet at somewhere, it's going to be a very long way off the paper. This line hits eye level here. This perspective line hits eye level here. In fact, the lines don't
Whoa.
and we can see that while these two perspective lines will probably meet at somewhere, it's going to be a very long way off the paper. This line hits eye level here. This perspective line hits eye level here. In fact, the lines don't align with eye level, and that's because of the problem with the drawing.
Okay.
One way of working out if our eye level is correct is to imagine a person in our scene. Where would they be standing? Now you might notice looking at eye level then, I didn't use the bottom of the building line. And
Okay.
that's because this line does not count in perspective because this line is not flat ground. This line actually slopes at an angle. And this is the line, of course, which causes the problem.
Okay.
The problem is that the artist has not
I'm just
observed
learning oil
the
painting.
building
Ah.
reference,
Oil
whether it's
painting.
in real life or a photo, accurately enough. Because if they had, they'd have seen that this is not the way it looks in real life. Because what we have here is a series of windows that get impossibly short too quickly. And yet we have these windows above them that decrease in size with the perspective at a much less rapid rate. If we were to draw figures that, say, came halfway up these long windows,
Okay.
we can see, in fact, the figures just get too small too quickly. They're tiny up here or very large down here. And that's because the scale of this is incorrect, because
Okay.
the perspective is incorrect, because this is not actually how the building looks. And when we have this problem of somehow the windows all seem to disappear into nothing too quickly, it's because we've been drawing what we've rushed ahead and imagined it to look like with what we know of perspective and what we know of the building, without actually looking to see what's really happening. So let me look at two buildings that have very steep street frontages to see two possibilities of what might be happening. Now here we have
Okay. Yeah, it's weird painting yourself for hours.
at the
Yeah.
back of an old hotel.
Oh, this
This
feels
is a
weird.
steep street. So let's just see where our perspective lines meet up. We can see that they're meeting up in the same place. And if we were to put a line here, then we see that it's about here. Now, this is a very tall door. It was probably actually once a garage door. These were garages of the hotel originally. It's probably actually just a little bit higher. Roughly, this is eye level of our drawing. And the important thing to notice is that this line doesn't line up with the perspective angles and eye level because it's not horizontal. If we were to stand square onto this building and look at it straight on, this bottom line is not horizontal. So therefore it doesn't obey the rules of perspective. So we simply need to observe it carefully when we draw it. In fact, if the ground was flat, this line, this green line, would be where the bottom of the building is.
So wait, is the problem that okay. Is the problem that it's slanting too much? Is that the problem? I'm not too sure, because like I feel like this will be answered, but then again I think I'm asking too early. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, right the part. That's the part I'm
and then
not
all
getting.
of these spaces would actually be the same. But when we get rid of those and look more carefully, what we actually see is that we have changes in level as the building goes upwards. So in this part, for instance, we have this large door here, but because the road's going uphill, this space gets less and less because the windows stay the same. So something has to change. In these windows, they also stay the same.
Okay.
And again, we see there's a change here in, if you like, where the base of them are. We have this line here. Now, when we get further up the street, something different happens again. The architect's used a different way to allow for the steep street. He's wanted all of these garage doors to be the same height, but instead of making the adjustment down the bottom, he's made it at the top because the doors obviously have to reach the ground. And so we have this line that follows the perspective angles, but the gap between the top and the doors and this line decreases as the doors go up the hill. So what happens when a building is on a steep slope is that there has to be adjustment somewhere to compensate for that, because the perspective rules don't apply anymore for this lower part of the drawing because the ground level line is not flat, is not horizontal. And that's why careful observation is key to drawing a building which is on a steeply sloping uphill road. Now here's another example where the architect has dealt with this in a different way. Let's just get our perspective lines. They all meet at the same point.
Okay.
And we know that point is going to be our eye level.
Wait, hold up. Hold the phone. So like he's starting off the sloping area. Okay. He puts them in their respective places based on where it's pointing. Okay.
Same point. And we know that point is going to be our eye level. So eye level is going to be about here. And
Okay.
we can see, in fact, that yes, the bottoms of these windows pretty much line up, and we can see that works. with our perspective points. However, what the architect has done is this is the ground level, and we see that this line level, which is the lowest line we have right across the building, of course, doesn't go through eye level at the same place.
Yes.
And what that means is, in this lower level, we don't have windows of equal height. What's happened in this building is that the architect has chosen to reduce the height of these windows, and I imagine has excavated in the building to get the height that they don't have on this ground floor wall because of the street sloping upwards. And so this is a different way of approaching. And what we have to see is, in fact, these windows change proportions as they move along. The windows here getting shorter as they go to the left is not because of perspective completely, but it's mostly because the architect has designed them to be shorter because the ground is coming up to meet the ceiling.
Oh, okay. So so the designer, the architect purposely made he was well aware of the sloping. So, and he knows that the sloping is going to alter the overall look of the thing. Like these windows here, they're exactly the same. But these windows here, these two windows, especially here and here and here, these two, or three, and up and as you go, are smaller than usual compared to the others because, well, whoever built this, he or she, made this go upwards. Okay.
So what we have here is a different architectural solution to the problem of a steeply sloping block than we have here. And the important thing to realize is that this line...
Have you considered going solar in Pennsylvania?
No! No, go away. No, lose weight, please. Jesus.
This line are not part of our perspective lines. They don't meet the other perspective lines on our vanishing point. And we have the same problem up here, where these lines are coming down at an angle. We've assumed that somehow...
And like, it comes so abruptly, like that what really makes me upset. It just comes out of nowhere.
Have to squeeze all these elements in. What we need to do...
Listen, one thing, I tell you something. No matter how many commercials they throw at you on a basic YouTube video, it is not as atrocious as if you go to Jake Paul. Oh my god, Jake Paul and his brother. Oh fuck. Oh god. I tell you, if you look at any YouTuber, especially the ones who have a lot of controversy around them, god damn, they put a lot of ads in their shit. Like it's a lot of ads. Holy fuck. Like Jake Paul will put like 7 ads in the first 7 minutes. No, in the first 3 minutes of your fucking every second.
Is to realize that this line is
that sweet ad revenue, I swear.
Perspective line, and exactly how windows and doorways are brought into the wall will depend on how the architect has designed the building. And then in fact, from building to building, doors and windows will change levels. You won't necessarily get this perspective line. And exactly how windows and doorways are brought into the wall will depend on how the architect has designed the building. And then in fact, from building to building, doors and windows will change levels. You won't necessarily get this lovely straight row alignment of windows on every level except for the bottom one. This happens because this is one building. But if we look up here, what we can see in this building adjacent to it, we can actually see that the windows do not line up with these windows because the architect for this building has taken a totally different approach to the slope of the street. So in summary, to avoid this sort of problem, the important thing is to realize is that where the ground is not horizontal, where there is a slope going upwards, that this bottom line along the edge of the buildings where they reach the ground is not a perspective angle. And if we think it is, it causes all sorts of awkward narrow-ins between it and the perspective lines above that just don't leave room for a building and cause all sorts of scale problems if we were to try and draw a series of people walking up the street.
Intrusive thoughts. I don't know why. I'm having an intrusive thought and it made me laugh.
What we also need to do for every scene is to work out where the eye level actually is, because that will help make clear to us exactly what our perspective lines should be doing. And if we're drawing a relatively simple building that's all on horizontal ground, then our simple perspective diagrams are more obviously applicable. But when our building is complicated by being on steeply sloping ground, this line is not a perspective line. And because the architect will have to have employed some irregularity in the way he's designed this ground floor area to cope with the sloping ground, observation is even more important. And if we don't get it right, we end up with all sorts of perspective and scale problems. It's not really so complicated, but we have to understand these basic principles. I'm Stephen Travers. I hope this has cleared up some of the issues of drawing buildings on ground which is sloping upwards. If you found this helpful, then why not look at my other video of drawing buildings when the ground is sloping down away from us, which I think is generally a more challenging situation to try and draw. Again, once we know the basic principles, it's actually easier to observe them more accurately in real life or in our reference, and therefore we have a much better chance of drawing it accurately. We can't draw accurately what we haven't observed or realized.
Okay. We'll do one more video and call it a night. I don't know if I'll be on later on. I was going to play a game after this, but I was like, I probably might save that for Saturday. I'm not totally sure. I really want to learn. So I'll do one more video. This last one here. I'll do one more video. And then we will call it a night. I'm going to call it early so make it easier on my mods. One more video. And then we're done. I wanted to do my own examples, but the more I listen, the more I want to like learn and not stop and keep drawing every 5 seconds, because I feel like it's just gonna be like, okay, I'm just regurgitating what he's saying. I want to apply. So I'll just do that in my own free time after the stream. I'll watch even more of this because I want to really get this, because this has been a total ass plague on my entire like existence as Artextricic. So if I can really master this, then it's over from that point. But we all said that by hand, so.
There's one simple hearing hack anyone can use to improve their hearing almost overnight.
Yeah, it's called the mute button. Oh, I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell. I have came to full acceptance of going to hell at this point. It's just, yeah, I think I'm going to hell. It just is what it is. It is what it is. I'm pretty good. I'm sure I'm going.
If we love drawing street scenes, perspective can often be a bit of a challenge. But most perspective teaching uses examples where
okay.
Street is on level ground. Personally, I found the most difficult situation to draw streetscapes is when the street is sloping downhill, as in this scene. Now, it doesn't look as steep as it really is in real life. Here we are looking up the same street, and I think it gives a better idea of the steepness of the street.
Yeah, so YouTube is. I think YouTube's over here really on the verge of like losing money because they're like ad after ad.
In this sort of situation, but I see a lot of drawings where the perspective on these steeply sloping streets is not correct. The scale becomes all wrong, the details become squashed, and adjoining buildings look as though they don't belong together. So what do we have to watch out for? Now we're looking down the street again, and look, I know it's not particularly beautiful architecture.
You're still here?
But it's
or you just came back?
Clear example of the main points about understanding how to draw a downward hill and how perspective works with it. First thing always, when we're working
I
out the
didn't know you're still
perspective of a
here.
scene, is to determine the eye level. It's even more important when the street is sloping down or sloping up, because it's not intuitive.
I
This
feel
wall
you.
is built
Aw.
with large concrete blocks, which is great for
Oh
perspective.
Jesus! I didn't think
because
you
it
would sit
helps us
through
to
this.
work out where is eye level of a scene.
Like, listen, I'm showing you, my students, I go through the boring shit too. But the difference is that I'm going through the boring shit. You guys are looking for fun shit. I have to go through the boring shit to teach you and condense this shit to be so digestible. And then I have to make a YouTube video from what I've learned to make sense and then make it funny and or at least like you know you can understand what the hell's going on. So like I have to go through the boring shit for you guys to get the fun shit so you can go do your shit. I just gotta stop saying shit and not really professional.
Look as though they don't belong together. So what?
Just doing stuff around. Okay, I think drawing background aren't so bad. No, it's not that bad, but now it's about time I start walking on that plane now, instead of ignoring
do
it.
we have to watch out for? Now we're looking down the street again, and look, I know.
Especially if I'm doing Drawmations. I came to realize the more I do my Drawmations, the more I kind of want the background to be like done, or at least have a scene, so it feels like when I do the scenes of my drawings, they don't feel just empty.
It's not particularly beautiful.
Oh, in most cases, you don't even have to need a background to make it so immersive, but it does help. And it gives me more extra brownie points on my behalf, so people will like more.
Architecture, but it's a really clear example of the main points about understanding how to draw a downward hill and how perspective works with it. First thing always, when we're working out the perspective of a scene, is to determine the eye level. It's even
The
more
horizontal.
important when the street is sloping down or sloping up.
It's more
because
important.
it's not intuitive. This
Okay.
wall is built with large concrete blocks, which is great for perspective because it helps us to work out where is eye level. And eye level is where we actually have a line that's not angled with the perspective, but it's actually horizontal. I can see that where these two courses of concrete blocks join is pretty much horizontal. So this is eye level. When I stood and took this photo, this was the level where my eyes were. And it may look too high if we're down there. It may even look too high here. But of course the street was still going upwards and my feet were higher than the bottom corner of the building. Having found eye level, then we want to see where the perspective lines cross it because that will be our vanishing point.
Okay.
So I like to look at the top and bottom lines. This is the last line on the building we have in the stonework the whole way along the building.
How would you be like? Okay, how? I don't know how he came to that consensus because like, he just said because these are blocks, therefore are cement blocks, therefore they got a horizon line. I'm like, I get it, but I don't feel like that's the best method. I feel like the old method of doing 1 and 2 made more sense, but I get it, but like I don't know if that's a good
Here
method
we
to
can
follow.
see that the perspective.
It's like one of those very rare instances where you have to learn something like that and then apply it at very rare specific situations, especially with a cinder block. So I don't know.
Lines do cross on eye level, just as those little theory diagrams tell us they should. We can add a few more lines in.
Here's a way to make investing.
Oh my god, even fucking Santa's doing this. Santa, please. Santa Claus, get the That's a new commercial? I have never seen that commercial. New commercials are popping up on my stream. You guys are really trying to get your clout.
So we can see that all the rules of perspective still work here. The really important thing to see is that the one line here that doesn't join our perspective pattern is the ground level line. Here we have the ground level line, and it does not connect in any way with the eye level or perspective line.
How does it not? Wait, whoa.
The ground level line. Here that doesn't join our perspective pattern is the ground level line. Here we have the ground level line, and it does not connect in any.
Why you say it like that? It's not like you kind of edited that in, the ground level line.
Here that doesn't join our perspective pattern is the ground level line. Here we have the ground level line.
Why are you saying it like that? I'm sorry, I'm being that guy. Why are you saying it like that? It sounds robotic. or bro, go away. What the ground does yeah, but that's what but it's weird because he's saying it doesn't connect, but it is passing past the I don't understand what I'm not getting this.
And it does not the ground
Let me
perspective.
back that up. Okay, he puts the thing on.
So we can see that all the rules of perspective still work here. The really important thing to see is that the one line here that doesn't join our perspective pattern is the ground level line. Here we have the ground level line, and it does not connect
He did
in
edit
any
that.
way with the eye level or perspective line. That's because for ground level to join in this pattern, it has to be parallel to these lines in real life. The other thing to notice is that the ground level sits along this line here, but if we look further up the street, the ground level changes to something more like this.
Oh, okay. That's where okay. Okay, yeah, I was having this same fucking problem. It was pissing me the hell off. Like this was happening yesterday, where I was constantly having this situation where I was finding levels or lines that was crossing, but it was not on the horizon line, and that was pissing me off because I was like, maybe I did do the eye level right. No, there are just some freaking lines that just doesn't work because of the situation at hand. And this is where I think I was picking pictures that had too much of a slope, and those slopes was throwing me off, and because of those slopes was throwing me off, they kept on crossing each other, not being on the actual line that I made originally that was supposed to congruent and make that line. That's where I was getting frustrated and started second guessing, third, fourth, fifth, sixth guessing myself from what I was doing.
It has to be parallel to these lines in real life. The other thing to notice is that the ground level sits along this line here, but if we look further up the street, the ground level changes to something more like this. And that's because at this point, the slope becomes less steep. And so this ground level line changes direction. The principle is that because the ground level is not parallel to all the other horizontals in our wall, but slopes down, or up for that matter, it doesn't fit in to the perspective patterns. So that's the first thing to realize. The other really important thing to realize is that although we're drawing a downhill slope, the line actually goes upwards. It can be easy in our head to think it somehow should be
that's very awkward.
goes upwards.
How the fuck?
Downhill slope. The line actually goes upwards. It can be easy in our head to think it somehow should be going downwards. In this example, it goes upwards a lot, so it's kind of easy to see. But we might make the mistake if we don't look carefully and think somehow the upward line here is going to be going up in a way to fit into the perspective pattern. And then we're going to have problems further down the street where we run out of room for the buildings. And we'll just have a quick look further down the street. Here we have the ground level line, and we can see here how it changes where there's a shift in the steepness of the slope. Let's just have a quick look. Find eye level, that's about the horizontal line.
So let me get this straight. You can pull it. You can pull this trick because there's cinder blocks in the fucking way. Is that something I should look out for? The fuck? That feels very weird. That feels like a weird, strange, situational thing. So like, let me get this straight. If there's cinder blocks and there's one that seems more straight than the rest, I'm just gonna call that the horizon line. I feel like that's still not a smart thing to do. I still think going with the original method makes more sense. Like, find two lines and then have them cross, and then that's where once they cross, that pretty much tells me where the horizon line is. I don't know about this cinder block shit, and fuck, I don't know. That one still annoys the shit out of me.
Line.
I don't know about that.
We can see that these perspective lines all line up at the same point. And the important thing to notice is how the architect has designed the details at ground level to allow for the fact that the ground is not flat. So here, where this part of the building is set back, we see there are some steps that build up ground level, and that this section is horizontal and this section slopes up with the slope of the ground. And therefore, these windows are closer to the ground here than down here. And for this window down here, the left-hand corner of the window is much closer to the ground than the right-hand corner of the window. These are the things that we need to notice, and that these windows don't align in any way. Let's look at a very different example, one that actually fooled me for a moment. Here we have a more interesting streetscape example. This is a house on the corner, so the street is relatively flat in front of us, but this side street is steeply sloping. And when I first saw this photo, I thought this is a great example, because having had an example where the downward sloping street actually was an upward line, I thought, here's an example of a downward sloping line. I was thinking that for quite some time, and then I suddenly realized that in fact, it's not the case. The line actually slopes very, very slightly down up here, and then there's a shift in the slope of the ground, and it goes upwards, and at the bottom of this block, it goes upwards even more. So we actually have 3 levels of slope that we need to adjust our line for. Only one of them, ever so slightly, actually goes downhill. This is why I keep saying in all my videos, careful observation is key. We cannot draw accurately what we haven't observed accurately. Most of the problems we have with our drawing do not come from lack of drawing skills. They come from the fact that we're drawing what we think we've seen. And because we know this is a downward slope, it can trick our brain into assuming this is a downward line. And when we try and draw that, we're drawing what we think we've seen, not what's actually here. How would I seek to understand this scene? I find eye level. Eye level's about here, and that's a bit high on the front if you compare it with this shop window.
How can you say
but
that?
the ground continues to slope up across the roadway, and so I'm higher than these people are, and I'm higher than this footpath here. So we find the perspective lines that give an indication of the perspective pattern.
What? Bro, where is that line going?
And we can see that they all meet on the eye level line at the vanishing point. Again, in this example, we can see that if we look at the main ground level line, which would be this one for our scene, it slopes upwards, even though it slopes down in real life, and that it doesn't fit into the perspective lines. Understanding this helps us to observe our reference, whether it's a photo or in real life, much more accurately, which now means we have a chance to draw a complex perspective complication much more accurately, because we're not presuming what we think is there. So I'm going to demonstrate drawing this scene and highlight a few key points in the construction of a downward sloping perspective scene. But before I do that, I'll have a quick look at an example of a drawing I drew earlier for a perspective video of a street in Edinburgh that again was a downward sloping street. And we can see that while the street slope changes 3 times before it flattens out at the bottom here, all of the lines are actually sloping upwards. The center one to a lesser degree. And we can notice that at ground level, that means things such as a row of windows are not the same distance off the ground as they move along and the ground falls away. It means that windows and even doors don't align from building to building because they have to drop in height in response to lower ground levels. So we always have to be noticing how the architect has adjusted for the drop in ground level. Perspective lines.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I honestly believe this part and the one after this was or before the one that was before this I was watching downward. This one's called how to draw downward hill perspective, and then one's how to draw upwards hill. If we learn how to regulate something like that or deal with something like that, upwards and downwards, the only 3 things for me in perspective is this up and downwards thing, and the next one is just circular objects. Once we figure that out, oh shit, Making backgrounds will be easy, freaking peasy. I'm telling you.
Will work above the ground level line. We have to be particularly vigilant in our observation as to how the buildings actually cope with the sloping ground. So let's do it in a new drawing. As always, I start at the spot I think it's going to be easiest to get correct proportions, which in this case...
And I envy this man. He can draw this without using a whole horizon line stuff. I need the guidelines. This dude is just drawing and just looking. That just makes me kind of mad. I want to punch you.
Top corner of the street. Now I know the eye level, having worked it out earlier. The important thing is that I start with all these perspective lines and I get them correct. I get the main ones correct. So I spend a lot of time measuring the angles with my pen, as I always do, and being aware of lines such as on the awning which don't follow perspective lines. I leave the spot where the pedestrians are in front of the building and I go in the street. I use a 0.5mm pen for this closest building, and for the further buildings in the street I use a 0.3 to give a lighter feel that helps give the effect of distance. So now I start to put in the figures, probably draw them a little bit too large, but I think I actually get away with it in this case.
I hate you.
With the figures done, I can continue drawing the ground floor parts that I've left empty at this point. And so now I'm drawing the upper part and I'm having to work really hard to make sure I do get these angles right. It's easy not to do these top perspective angles as high as they should be. So now I can work on the second building with my 0.3mm pen. I switched pens back and forth a bit because I left this awning part to do because I couldn't work out the alignment for the awning until I'd drawn the building underneath. Basically, I use what I've already drawn to check the alignment of the parts I haven't yet drawn, so that hopefully they line up in my drawing the same way as they line up in the reference. I really leave this ground level line until pretty much last. Again, I measure the angle of the ground with my pen and use that to just make sure I still get it, because it's going to be the hardest line to draw in the end. And really just then I play with the tones a little bit to provide some contrast and get the shadows done. Does it look downhill?
People think learning piano takes a really long time.
It does.
Here's how long it really takes with this new method.
Oh, bro. No. Okay. Oh, you just shared the live. You just shared the live. Okay. So, with that said, I think we did enough for tonight. I think we really did a good job sitting through this boring shit, even though it's... Oh, fuck. Hold on. Yeah, 1 second. Okay. Thank you for sharing the live, but it's right over pretty much. We have to go for now. I might be on later on tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I might even play a game. I don't know. But I think we did our job for today. Thank you for those who came in and stayed as long as they could. I know most of that was boring compared to what I was doing earlier when I was doing the artwork. Okay. When I was doing the artwork. So I do applaud you guys for being here for that long throughout the entire time when we did this. But obviously we have to stop the stream because I think we did enough for today. I'm gonna try to end streams much earlier than usual because they can be very long and boring. That was one of the most boringest ones, but they are very informative, so I always suggest anyone to learn from this. Bri, I'm going to send this man to you. I'll send it to you on Instagram. So if you are having a hard time with where are you, Bri? There you go, bro. You gonna have fun with that? Let's see. Alright. So wait, did I give it? What the fuck? Oh, hold up. What did I give you? I gave you. Which one did I give you? Did I give you this one? I don't know. I'll probably give you the whole playlist. But anyway, there you go, Bryce. So if you're having trouble with thing, you should check him out. He seems to be explaining pretty well. Some parts are a little bit hazy on my behalf, but maybe you just gotta replay it again and they'll get it. Get those aha moments. Or in case it be. Let me see. My favorite anime artists are both live right now. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. We're about to leave. Thank you. We gotta take a break. I gotta take a break. I need to take a nap.
So I
I
could
might be back on later. Maybe doing a game. We might play a game. I might play some Hades or there's this one game I have. It's called Omega Strikers. It's like a I don't know what it is. It's a free game. It's something I wanted to play on the stream. It's an anime game. So anyway, so have a great night, guys. I'll talk to you guys probably tonight or tomorrow. When I say tonight, but like past 10 type stuff. If I'm not on by then, I'm just not on. So I'll see you tomorrow because it's on my regular schedule. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll continue this. We'll do another sketch and then we'll do another sketch like we did before and then get into the whole boring stuff. Because if you get into the boring stuff first, no one will sit there and watch. And it will just be a bunch of like people who are not watching or paying attention and probably might fall asleep in the stream. So there you go. So have a great night, guys, and I'll see you guys in the next one. This was for foreshortening practice for those of you who wasn't aware of this. So have a great night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow, or probably tonight. We'll see. And a lot of great stuff. I need to take a nap. I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you, guys, and those of you who watch us on on YouTube. I'll be posting this from my Twitch to YouTube and all that great stuff. So look out for that. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Thank you guys. Okay. Bye. Forgot I only did TikTok.